Hey everybody, how's it going? It's RambleCast time. So last I checked, date was December 7th. Why? Why are we already in December? What is happening here? So, I am going this one alone, at least I believe I am, unless somebody pops in unexpectedly. You never know, it could happen. I don't expect it to, but that's the way it goes. Hey Diablo, how you doing, man? Yeah, time has flown in the most frightening of ways. Yeah, we're near the end of the year. Tax season will be upon us fairly soon. No surprise guest Elon Musk. No, he was not thrilled when he was on last time. I think it's mostly because he doesn't understand how to work a microphone, so he couldn't speak. And that was on him. He also couldn't work the webcam, so he didn't actually appear, which is why we had to use photos of him. Yeah, the guy, for all tech companies that he's been involved in, weirdly, totally inept with computers. Does not know how they work. Turns out, yeah, just the dude does not get it. Like, they actually tried sending him to a community college where they taught one of those, like, intro to computer classes. He yelled at them for being a bunch of simps and snowflakes and stormed out of the class. But hey, maybe that's the key to being a billionaire. I don't know. But hey, he's no longer, in case you guys missed this, he is no longer the richest person in the world. He lost that title to, apparently, the guy who owns or runs or whatever Louis Vuitton. So, yeah, that's a thing. This is a weird world we live in. Before I forget, I need to mark that way, put that in there. All right. That's an email I need to follow up on. There are like 300 others I need to follow up on, and those are on top of the currently 12,593 unread that I have. So, I should probably deal with that. He's too busy leaking Twitter files. Oh god, yes. The Twitter files. Man, was that ever comedy? So I feel like I'm gonna be doing this almost more as a stand-up bit. One of these days, not even joking, I would actually, well, I guess sort of joking, I would love to do stand-up. But stand-up would involve doing the one thing that I am terrible at. Preparing. But hey. Yeah, fashion on top. Hey, fashion has always kind of been on top. Remember, the richest company is Apple. And Apple is indisputably a fashion brand. Not a typical computing brand. But hey, so it goes. It also turns out he doesn't build the rockets himself. Fun fact. Very true. Got too many things just either too close to reach or just out of reach. All right. Let's see. So let's I guess, yeah, let's briefly talk Twitter files just to make fun of this. I don't know how much fun there is to be made of this. It's because this is technically politics. But he revealed the, oh my god, powerful people, specifically the Trump and Biden, Though, well, okay, we'll get to the rest of that in a second. But apparently they were given the ability to directly contact Twitter and effectively ask, hey, would you mind taking down posts that are problematic? And no good details were given on this. And this was basically, Elon really just retweeted Matt Taibbi's post about this. Which is really funny because a lot of people are referring to Matt Taibbi as a conservative news writer. Conservatives refer to him as a liberal news writer. So, you know, that's fun. But anyway, he basically said that there are a lot of people a lot of politicians basically had direct access to Twitter, and they had multiple contacts that they would reach out to, and literal actual tools for basically filing takedown requests. That's what it amounted to. If anyone didn't know this, and I'm actually being dead serious here. If anybody didn't know this, I'm curious, what do you think today is? What is today's actual date? I'm just curious, because 2012 would like to have its news back. This, and I'm dead serious here. Literally, this is something that's been known for the last decade. People have known that, and it's not just politicians. Like, various celebrities have even confirmed that they have reached out to Twitter and had stuff taken down. This is not new. But to Elon it is. Because apparently the guy who has for years tried to get lots of stuff taken down whenever it was negative towards Tesla, he apparently didn't know, because I guess Twitter didn't like him enough to do this for him. It's almost like no one watched the HBO documentary Veep. Nice. Yeah, and yes, there was also the Hunter Biden schlong picks. We'll go with schlong as our avoiding YouTube's algorithms. Yeah, that whole thing. If you looked at the Twitter drama, like, the Twitter drama says it all. This was an incident where some reporting was pretty shady already. How those pictures came into possession for somebody was hinky at best. All of that stuff basically should never have been posted in the first place to even a quote-unquote news site. And then the mere fact that it was then circulated, or they tried to circulate it on Twitter, and Twitter took it down, which is, as many people rightfully pointed out, literally part of their policy. Revenge porn, as this definitely by definition is, revenge porn is illegal. It is also against terms of service on Twitter. Therefore, they took it down when it was reported. Shocking, I know. It's amazing Twitter actually did something it was supposed to do in a fairly timely manner, which is not what Twitter was known for. But hey, in this moment, they actually did the right thing. Conservatives are pissed. Yeah, that's the world we live in. I love it. Isn't it great? They're so angry when companies do the right thing. It almost makes you wonder what they're boycotting. Anyway. Yeah, so Twitter, in all of its infinite wondrous behaviors, just keeps getting things wrong. And all due to its new leader. Let's see. So yeah, I don't know that there's really that much more to say on it. Elon claims that there's another, like a part 2 to the Twitter files. So part 1 was already a pretty profound disappointment. It really was just enough to get conservatives cackling again about a thing that happened 3 years ago. Was it 3 years ago? Well, I guess closer to 2. Whatever. It was old news, but it got them all excited and riled up. Kyle is interested. I'm not sure if I get that one. But yeah, anyway, if there is a part 2, we'll see. If there is a part 2, I have a feeling it's going to be similarly, if not less interesting. We'll see. Oh, Rittenhouse. He wants Elon to look into things about his situation too. Good luck with that. You mean the part where people posted him literally admitting he wanted to kill some people that he saw across the street for no good reason? Or the part where he basically confessed on Twitter? Or any of the other multitudes of things that guy... God. Yeah, I don't want to go down that road. What a piece of garbage. Anyway, yeah, we're starting off hot with this episode. So may as well continue with our Twitter bashing for a moment longer. Don't know what he thinks would help? Yeah, no kidding. So, I haven't actually read this, but I think the headline says it all. The Verge posted this earlier today. Yeah, had to double check that. Apparently, Twitter's advertisers, the ones who are still there, aren't happy about their ads appearing on pages of white nationalists. It's amazing how... honestly, like... So, to me, this is not news. The fact that The Verge posted this, I'm sure, like, it is perfectly valid. It's totally relevant. And again, I haven't actually read the post, but that's for a reason. To me, I think the title indicates something far more significant. The title indicates that there are still advertisers. I know that sounds like a weird takeaway from this, but it is actually, I think, the real takeaway. There are still plenty of companies that haven't left yet, and they should. So, the brands mentioned: Amazon, Uber, Snap, GoDaddy, USA Today, Morning Brew, and one government organization, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. Why are they advertising? Hasn't HHS done enough damage lately? So my question becomes, why are they still advertising on Twitter? They have to know by now this is not worth it to them. They have to know that this is a bad idea. So maybe you'd think they would just, click. Like, maybe it's time to leave. So in the case of a few of these, I kind of get it. Let's be honest, GoDaddy is not famously an ethical company or that concerned with its image. So, that's a thing. Apple apparently reversed their decision. Wait, Apple, which decision? Is this a decision about advertising on Twitter or a decision about keeping Twitter on the App Store? Because I believe I made my thoughts fairly clear on that, but I don't mind rehashing them. Yeah, ads? Okay, I didn't know that they had made any decision regarding ads. Is this, I wonder, mention? Oh, you've seen a few Apple ads today? Oh yeah, last sentence here. Apple and Amazon are reported to have resumed their Twitter advertising. There's actually an article about this. Oh, Reuters saying, yeah, they have, and if you've seen ads. So, all things considered, I have a feeling that this is going to be a fairly short-lived thing. In all likelihood, what it's going to come to is Twitter is probably going to, I'm guessing, implement basically a who do you not want your advertisements to appear next to filter, and they'll probably put it on the advertisers to actually fill that in, because it's blatantly designed around the idea that people aren't going to be able to put all the accounts that they don't want to be associated with. So it's a way of keeping all the ads there, and giving them a tool, but not actually being helpful. Oh yeah, Apple's not going to announce it. I don't see Amazon announcing it either. Amazon is a vocal company about products. They're not a very vocal company about their actions. So the thing is, I honestly don't get why on earth anybody wants to advertise with Twitter right now. I get that it's probably cheap. Logically, it is probably a lot cheaper to advertise because they're desperate. They have to be. Logically. Diablo killing the killing his own Twitter account, and yeah, I don't blame you. I'm not killing mine, but I'm not using it. I'm not posting anything on there. I'm reading from it about as much as I ever did, which is to say, not at all. I basically never look at my home feed. I never really did before. I don't find that most of the... this is going to sound bad. I don't find most of the people I follow to be that particularly interesting to me. I know that sounds really, really weird. But most of what people post... it's not what I want them to post. Like, I followed a lot of people hoping that they would post things that are different than what they post, which honestly I suspect is how most people followed me. Most people followed me to get like teardown stuff. They didn't follow, or news items. They didn't follow me to get my random comments, takes, and occasional bits of comedy. Which, to all of those who did follow me for whatever reason, and you got my comedy, you're welcome. Anyway, yeah, so yeah, Mishal is pretty much spamming the feed that he gets from Google. Which, hey, that's useful. No one else is doing it. But yeah, it's basically Google's feed of internal updates to developers and Android partners. So for all intents and purposes, though, I think Twitter pretty much needs to die. And I'm okay with saying that. I'm not gonna miss it. I don't think that it served nearly the purpose that people have made it out to. It was just the thing a lot of people a lot of journalists and brands got hooked on, and to a lesser extent, obviously, it was nice for a lot of users for a while, but there are other things that will replace it. I still do have a suspicion, though. Elon will cut ties with Twitter long before it's dead. The question remains just what condition is it going to be in when he does. Okay, so yeah, we can get off of that subject. By the way, random question, because just for anyone watching this, are you seeing like really low frame rates for me? As I turn my head, does it look really choppy? There's nothing I can do about it that I am aware of. It's just, to me, it looks really, really choppy, and I can't tell if it's because my monitor is maybe going at very low frame rates, or... Yeah, it is. Okay, then it must be the camera. The only thing is, I kind of was suspicious because even my mouse is going really choppy. And I can't think of why. Like, there's nothing else happening that should cause this. Oh, and I just realized I forgot to do... Not that I think this matters all that much, but I forgot to do the RambleCast ping to the Discord. So... Really quick, I'll actually... why does this always happen? Okay. Copy. There we go. So. Wow, and the thumbnail it picked, I just look like the saddest person. Oh my god. Everyone go look at that Discord and tell me that that is not just the most depressing looking Cody you've ever seen. So, social networks are sad. Funny you bring that up. Well, you bring that up, but to be fair, that's the title does say it all. I'm about to drop into our next fun topic. Facebook, what are you doing? What are you doing? Austin, what the? Where have you had that hanging out? You've been waiting to bring that out, haven't you? I don't think I've seen that before, right? Oh, that's when it froze last week? Are you serious? I forgot that it did that. That's epic. Oh, that's so good. Okay, but you also cut that out, right? Like, that's... You took the time to mask that. You have to have. Because... Or did you? Because that looks like a really clean... Or is that... Was it possibly on a flat background or something? I don't know. That looks weirdly perfect. The edges do, that is. Anyway. So, Facebook threatens to ban news in the US over a journalism bill. Oh, that's... Oh, okay. It froze when Corbyn... Was it when Corbyn left? Or... I don't know. Whatever. Yeah, anyway. Yeah, the green screen. That makes sense. So, the journalism bill. By the way, warning. Warning to actually more me than anyone else. Always be very, very careful. Very careful about being on a green screen. Because, holy crap, people will mess with you. As Stephen Colbert once proved. Though on purpose, but still. Also, now that I think about it, that was back in like 2006 or 7? God, that's thinking back a long way. In case anyone has no idea what I'm talking about, and you probably shouldn't, on his old show, The Colbert Report, he did a green screen challenge where he did a bunch of goofy crap in front of the green screen, shared the footage, and encouraged people to do whatever the hell they wanted with it, which led to chaos, as you might well imagine. Anyway, so yeah, Facebook. One of these days I'll get to the topic. So Facebook did the dumb, and they're threatening to cut news in the US if a certain journalism bill should pass. Now, the details of this, I didn't get all of them. I didn't actually get this from The Verge. I heard this elsewhere. But, so this actually kind of happened once before. This isn't technically a new event. Australia passed a similar law. Was it last year? I don't actually quite remember. But, yeah, they passed a law that basically was a blatant, what is the word I'm looking for? I don't know what the word is that I'm looking for, so we're just going to pretend that I said the right thing. But they basically passed the law, actually, so I don't forget a thing. I'm plugging in this phone. They basically passed a law that forced social networks, or really any internet aggregator, to pay news sites for their content. Basically, if they're reposting any portion of a news article, then they have to pay for it. It's effectively a copyright bill that's wrapped up in the specificity of news. And again, so this happened in Australia, and Facebook did in fact ban news in Australia. That was before, like within, I think it was within 2 or 3 weeks, they negotiated deals with, I don't know, it was something like a dozen different companies almost immediately. And over the next, like, 2 months, they negotiated deals with just basically every major news outlet, and even some of the smaller ones. So they ended up doing what they needed to do anyway, but they made a big stink about it. Basically saying that we're not going to do this generically the way that the law tells us we have to. We're just going to do it formally because we think we can get a better deal that way. And I'm sure they did. You know, there's no question. I'm sure they're getting better deals than they would have if they went with what the law specified. But yeah, this turned into a stupid stunt as Facebook made a threat. They followed through on their threat and then promptly backed down within the next few weeks. So there's a lot to unpack with this, and it would be nice if I had like a panel of people to talk about this with, because I think there's so much here. This one actually deserves more talk than I'm going to give it. I'm going to really quickly gloss over some of this stuff, and there's so much more that could be said here, so I feel like I'm doing it a disservice, but here we go. First off, the big issue here is, if this happens in the US, just like it did in Australia, what's going to end up coming of it is the major news sites are going to work deals with Facebook almost immediately, if not actually ahead of any sort of deadlines. And that's going to come as a side effect. It's going to give them those particular news sites a big advantage in publishing, because they will suddenly be back in front of everyone's faces. And Facebook will, in all likelihood, have to pay them some amount of money. Probably not huge amounts, but something. And funny enough, a lot of those sites are probably going to, because they'll be the first, they're probably going to negotiate some actual bad deals for themselves. And then other sites that are negotiating a little bit more for their own profit are probably going to take a lot longer, but they will make more money in the long run. So it'll be a bit of a give and take. The first ones to do those deals are probably going to gain readers and more attention. The ones that take longer will get paid better, but they won't get that sort of land grab opportunity. We'll see how that pays out. And what'll be doubly interesting is how just watch. I am confident of this. Watch for the sites that never go away. There will be a few. And they will be, I'm sorry, this is about to become slightly political again, but it's a necessity. They will be sites like the Daily Caller. They will be sites like Breitbart. They will be sites, well, you get the idea. They will be sites that are not actually posting news to make money. And if that sounds like a weird thing to say, it's because it's true. Go look into it. There's actually some research that's been done. The Daily Caller actually spends almost as much advertising on Facebook as they make. It's not a one-to-one. They do make more money than what they spend on advertising, but they actually spend boatloads every week on advertising on Facebook. And it's because their income does not come from ads on the site. Yeah. So anyway, I don't want to dig too deep into that one because that gets messy. But yeah, fun stuff there. Anyway, their whole thing is they're gonna just keep advertising on Facebook. They won't care about the fact that they're not gonna be looking for a payout from Facebook. And then they're gonna be, and here is kind of the bigger issue with this whole thing. They're gonna be the smaller outlets, lots and lots of news outlets that are tiny. This is going to be like local stations, sort of like your local newspapers, local news, TV, things like that. They are not going to get to negotiate these deals, at least not immediately, and probably not for a long time. As a result, they are going to be losing out in a big way. They're basically going to be banned, and they don't have an opportunity to make any sort of advantage here. Which has already notoriously been a problem, and, as everyone says all the time, these are the news sources that honestly need to be kept alive, because they're usually the thing that everyone else is sourcing, and as a result, everyone else gets the attention and the money from the ads, while the local stations usually get very little and possibly none. So yeah, if this happens and Facebook behaves the same way it did in Australia, it's ultimately kind of a bad thing. It'll be good for some companies and outlets. It's not going to be good for most. Yeah, the Murdoch effect was not good. Let's see. Hoopy, nice photoshopping there. That looks weirdly. It's almost sad that wasn't in higher quality. Oops. I mean, really. Come on. That just looks right. That looks so right. Anyway. Yeah, so On behalf of journalists everywhere, I think that this is probably going to go backwards. This is going to hurt journalism more than it helps. But that's where we're at. That's unfortunately kind of the world we live in. So let's see. Okay, I saw there were unread messages in general, and that happens to be the next topic that I figured I'd hit anyway, so hooray for convenience. Pixel Superfan's garbage. Oops, I mean merch. My bad. I worded it honestly. No, the oh geez, why are they doing this? So 3 dark mode product packages. A hat. Oh, is it? Are these even packages? They're made to look that way, but I don't think these are packs so much as whatever these are. Okay, I'm trying to load the site, and I'm just getting a spinner. Oh, crap. Is Chrome freezing? Okay, this tab is working. These tabs are not. Oh, wait. Stuff kind of happened. More tabs opened. Alright, let's close those tabs. Let's try creating a totally brand new tab. Okay. If I open this one, is it gonna... Nope. Is the site just broken? I don't know what's going on here. Alright. Well, while we may or may... Oh, jeez. Now this is happening again. Okay. So I close that tab. Let's just go back to the store tab. Let's try for the best here. How about if I refresh? Anything? Bueller? Oh, I just got the page unresponsive message. Alright, now we're back. What happens if I open these in a new window? In the meantime... Oh, okay, I got a product page. Neat. I'm excited for things working. Okay, so we have a hat. We have a hat that says Pixel Superfan. Because, you know, this is something everyone can't wait to have written on a hat in the most generic font possible. And does this come with the pins or decals or whatever the hell those are? No, it doesn't. Why? They shouldn't be showing these if it's not coming with those. Okay, it has a leather strap and a metal buckle. I'm honestly kind of surprised by that. So, yeah, anyway, they sent out an email. This was shared in the RambleCast chat. They sent out an email with a discount code, 20% off if you buy, oh, and free shipping with the code dark mode, all caps, because that's special. I'm sorry, but this is just so dumb. So this hat alone is, even with discount, $25.60, down from the $32 that is apparently going to be its retail price. So I'm already in the what the hell territory of this. Like, you could go to a kiosk in the mall and have them make you a hat for this same price with this same logo written on it. Oh, wow. Okay, so chat may have broken for a moment too. Oh, the site also froze for you. I have a feeling it's something breaking Chrome, or something this site breaks in Chrome, and it's causing chaos in other things. Oh, the email says they all come with stickers. Okay, I missed that part. But yeah, so oh, I just saw this too. Available. 2,995. So I'm guessing they made 3,000 hats and 5 have sold. I mean, this email just went out. I got it obviously just before going live. Or oh wow, literally like 2 minutes before I went live, something like that. So you know, it's not like they've had a lot of time to sell hats. But really, that's probably the thing they sold. Okay, yeah, stickers come with every order so you can share the pixel love. Goody. Okay, so I'm just looking at this like stupefied that this is what they're doing. Okay, and they have the water bottle, or you don't have to put water in this. I mean, if you're buying this, you probably, I'm gonna guess you're gonna fill this with like rum, whiskey. I don't know. You might even just rock some gin, because yeah, I mean, you're buying a 20-ounce can for $51. I literally have I have this exact same thing, except it's from Google I/O. It at least has the I/O logo on it. I might actually have 2 or 3 of these. They gave these out as swag at I/O, obviously. They're not very good cans. Okay, I take that back. Actually, the cans are fine. There's nothing really wrong with the cans themselves. It's the lid. The lid is just a pure screw top that is basically just a big heavy-duty hoop. So you could attach this with a carabiner or something like that. That's fine. But there's no valve to it. There's no way to drink from it. You just unscrew the lid and tip it back. So this isn't like in any way advanced. It's not a particularly special drinking vessel. Should it be $51? Hell no. That is offensive. It is actually just straight up bad, wrong, evil, bad, wrong, bad, evil. And now I say that, but I mean, seriously, it's merch. I guess strictly, if a YouTuber was doing this and they price it at $51, everyone would say, oh, you're supporting the channel. When Google does this, and it's merch that is literally just carrying the logo to help advertise their products, I don't know that you can say you're supporting the channel. Like, that's not what this is. This feels like a shady money grab. Oh, what is this? What is this link? Oh yeah, that page. Oh, are you referring to the G Fiber water bottle? Oh yeah, they have the Google Shoreline water bottle, which is, yes, the exact same thing. Wait, does it? Oh, except I don't think it has the same lid to it. Ah, here we go though. The Google Voyager bottle for $33. It's a slightly different design. And obviously the printing on it is different, but yeah, this is exactly the same thing. Oh, it's larger. It's actually larger. It's 25 ounces instead of 20. Oh boy, howdy. Oh, this is so bad. But yeah, it is it's $33 for a larger capacity drinking vessel with, again, admittedly, a slightly different lid. What are they doing? Yeah. Oh, what are they thinking with this? Because this just looks bad. I'm sorry, and I don't mean that from a design stylistic perspective. I just mean from the angle of, wow, you're going to put out swag that is not well designed. It feels like lazy merch, and it is going to be priced so astronomically high. They're going to have these forever. These are never going to sell out. And evidently, also the available number, 2,998. So yeah, I'm thinking they made 3,000 of everything here. Oh, and then the dark mode pin. Just because I'm going to open this page. Oh, that took way less time. Evidently, they have sold 0. 3,000 available of 3,000. You know what they should do? They should actually put like a 1 of 3,000. You know, this is number 290 of 3,000. They need to put that on all of these. Make them quote unquote collector items. Make them exclusive in a real way. Then people might actually sort of care. I don't think they're going to, but at least the chances are higher. Why are they doing this? This just looks so lame. I'm sorry. Though I will acknowledge, out of all the things, the pin actually looks kind of nice. Like, it's the only thing where I don't find myself thinking, wow, you know, the design aspect of this is, it's okay. It's not great, but it's okay. Yeah, anyway, which, though their big possible mistake is, it also matches a sticker that they already include. So, I don't know what pin prices are, so maybe $14 is okay. I'm not sure about that one. Like, price-wise, design, this might actually be the best thing here, and it's the only one that's technically useless. Why did I join Pixel Super Fans? And by the way, just to quickly acknowledge this, when you showed me that, or when you, Austin, when that screenshot was shared to the chat, my first thought, I just skimmed down this and I saw Superfan Goods, blah blah blah, and I saw the 20% discount code, and it's like, ooh, hey, if the Google Store has a 20% discount, maybe there's something I'll look for. I don't know. I'm going to have that, or I have that $100 discount code. Why not? Maybe, you know, between the two, which actually I bet these don't, sorry, I know they don't stack because I misread this, but my immediate thought is, with a 20% discount, maybe it's worth going on there and spending that $100 discount that Pixel Superfans referrals gave. That was before I realized, obviously, the codes won't stack, which is dumb. And it's also before I realized that this screenshot, very specifically, only relates to the merch. This is a discount code for crappy merch. why do we join superfans? I'm just saying. Why? So we can, honestly, why? So we can enjoy the comedy that they provide to us through this page. That's why. Hoopy had said, on further inspection, the bottle is a vacuum bottle, which makes the price in the ballpark of reasonable, but it's still not good. I adamantly disagree. $51 for a vacuum bottle, and it's, I mean, we're talking about just a double-walled bottle with a vacuum edge, basically. So yes, like, those aren't dirt cheap. They're certainly more than they're gonna be more than like $5 or $10, but they don't need to be 51. That is it for a bottle like this, for this size, and to be double walled vacuum. I'd say that's like a $25 thing. Maybe I'm a little off, but it's not going to be that much. And yeah, we should all get this for free anyway. I wouldn't go that far. I'm not going to say that they should just give this stuff away for free, though. That certainly would be nice. Especially with how many people they seem to have let in recently. No, I would sooner say, this is the sort of thing, since it carries the logos, it's obviously an advertising thing. Try to do it as like a neat discount item. You know, offer it to people, not at price, but very close, or sorry, at cost. Offer it very close at cost. That would make people actually look at this and go, ooh, that is a really neat deal. That's a great deal for us, and we can highlight the stuff that we like, that we want to believe in. That would be the better way to do this. Oh yeah, that's right. Also, so yeah, if you do a referral, you successfully refer a friend, you also get an exclusive one-time prize pack with a limited edition hat, water bottle, and enamel pin. So all of this stuff is actually going to, you're right, all this stuff is going to be sent to us for free because we should be referring it. Yeah, we all redeem referral codes, and in theory, some of us have referral codes that presumably would have been used. Yeah. This is just not good. But on the other side of this, and I will throw this in as a bit of a bonus. I have a feeling that all the ones that they made, they're probably going to end up giving out any remaining ones after like a year or so. I bet they give these away as prizes for other events. Like, they will just have, they'll okay, hypothetical or here's a guess. Next year, when they do their the super fans quiz thing that they did for the last 2 years, I bet they will pick random people and send one of these items to it, like, for all the items that they have left. They will just clear them out of their inventory and send them to random people from those quiz events. So anyone who attends will very possibly just get a hat, a water bottle, or the enamel pin. I bet that's how they will clear them out. Let's see. What else? Hoopy, you've moved since joining Pixel Superfans and still haven't been able to update the address you gave them, so who knows what merch you've missed. Outside of the referral code stuff that just happened, the only merch you've missed, I can tell you, it is those postcards. The ones that had the not exploded view, but the part view from the Pixel phones and the Pixel Watch. And you should not care because those postcards are dumb and awful and a waste of card stock and printing services. So yeah, you're not missing much. Man, I'm just going on the meme takes today. Sorry, gotta adjust in this chair. All right. So yeah, I don't get what they're doing here. Why? Why? They should have just held this stuff back. Hold it back and give it out during events or something. Putting it up on the store just feels weird. So give us cool Pixel exclusive cases. Yes. That is actually something I firmly agree with. Not everyone's going to use them. That's fine. But yeah, give some exclusive cases. That's actually something people would want. Bring back custom maps and photo cases. Well, yes. Yeah, that also needs to happen. But I'm sure they don't want to cut into their potential product sales. But you gotta figure. Actually, I guess I should look at accessories. You know, I'm sure they don't want to cannibalize their sale of these cases. Because at $30 for a piece of plastic, yeah, they're making a pretty good markup on these cases. And even if it's a referral sale of one of the other company's products, I'm sure they're making pretty good markups. But yeah, imagine if they did custom cases. Well, semi-custom. They shouldn't be actual custom cases, but do a special edition Pixel Superfans case. Get some sort of cool logo design, and I'm not gonna stop harping on this. Pixel Superfans needs an actual logo. Something, a good logo that maybe, I don't know, maybe a play on the letters PSF, or I don't know, just anything that would be... Pixel in general needs an icon logo. Yes, it really does. I mean, I'm kind of okay with just the name Pixel somehow being there. Austin, careful with that. We don't need anti-Semitism in here. Anyway, yeah, so it only has the Google G currently, which doesn't stand out. I disagree that I think it stands out, but I don't think it stands out in the right way. It stands out as a logo, but it doesn't stand out as a Pixel product. I feel like they need or would benefit from having like an actual dedicated logo. Style it up a little bit more. Don't let it be just another Google logo. And it could be a play on the Google logo. You could have, I don't know, the same color scheme, the same color design, or I don't know, maybe incorporate the Google logo inside of, or put the Pixel logo inside of the G. I don't know. It's something like that. you could do some really neat things with this. The Apple logo on iPhone stands out. I would actually call that a bad thing. Where the hell is my iPhone? I think it's way behind me. Yes, the Apple logo stands out, but I would argue that there are a lot of people who don't want logos on everything, and I don't know that you want it to stand out that much. I do like, though, the idea of having an actual logo that is distinctive and interesting. That just feels better to me. Have a dedicated logo for the Pixel products. It just seems like time. They made the logo bigger on the phones too. It's ugly. I mean, I will agree with that. Though, seeing as I have a case on mine 100% of the time, I actually have to remove the case to take a look. Because I can honestly say I don't remember. Well, I would definitely not say it stands out on my Pixel 7 Pro. Because, I mean, I know everyone else here, or practically everyone else here has it too, but does anyone even see the logo here? Like, you can kind of see it when the light catches it just right. At an angle, it shows up a little better. A lot of an angle, but it does show up. And in case anyone can't notice it, it's right there. And that is pretty tiny. I'm not going to complain about that. Oh. Why? Okay, so just as a quick, totally unattached side note, does anybody else work with people who don't know how to use Slack? People who, for example, ping @channel when they at most should use @here, or ideally maybe like pinging a specific group or even a specific person. Yeah. There's somebody that I'm getting very close to yelling at who does not understand Slack etiquette. Anyway. So, Hoopy, I really like the Google logo on the Pixel. It's very understated, but at least for marketing, they should push a G with an icon situation, something to make into real stickers and cases. Yes, that I firmly agree, and I think look, if the logo, the G logo, is already going to be so small and insignificant, it's not like people are going to see that and immediately connect it with Google. Like, there's a logo that people definitely identify with Google. It's this one. This logo stands out. Not in a good way, but it stands out. Like, this is visible. This jumps at people from across a room. Like, literally. Assuming you have this on a large enough screen. Like, this is pretty even with my head. You can still pick out the logo. Like, it stands out. If you saw that from across a room, you know exactly what it is. Give back the light bar. Yeah. Yeah, the light bar would be baller. Okay, Hoobie, I will read that in a second, but I got the first few words. Let's see. Austin, you think it's fine? You feel like Google has a bad history of updating logos anyway? Damn it, you are not wrong. You make a very compelling point. They really, really, really do have a problem with every time they update logos, icons, anything like that. But I am holding to the belief, firm belief, come up with something, because it really actually does make a difference. In this instance, it would be really neat. I think it's time. And it doesn't have to be anything crazy. Just for example, consider for a second what Samsung did. The Samsung Galaxy logo. Their approach to doing a logo was literally, let's just stylize the text. That's it. And it's changed. It's not like they've stuck with any particular thing, but they keep attaching stylized text. Like, and they're usually kind of a fan of this style. It's definitely changed. It's not always that. But yeah, the Galaxy S series kind of has a look to it. Or at least had. It works. Like, people can recognize it. It doesn't have to be special. It doesn't have to be over the top. But do more with the Pixel name than just a really stagnant type set. It's not enough. Let's see. Currently, the Pixel logo is just the word Pixel in Product Sans, which is just the name. Yeah, that's true. That's exactly it. It's just that, and it's boring. I'm not saying it has to be a work of art, but I'm saying maybe it needs to be just a little artistic. Just a little bit, something that someone can walk up to and say, oh, this is part of a product family. And that's kind of the problem. If you pick up this phone, it's a Pixel 7 Pro in case anyone had any doubt. You pick up this phone, take off the case, and the best you're going to be able to do is identify it as a Google product. Maybe. I think a lot of people don't automatically recognize a Google logo if it doesn't have multicolored crap all over it. But this is just an indistinguishable phone. And I don't think that's a bad thing. That's okay. I like that about it. I love that they went understated. I think that's great. But if I'm sitting here looking at this, I don't have any concept of it being part of a product family. The most identifiable thing is not even the logo, it's the camera bar on the back. Like, far and away, the camera bar on the back is so much more the recognizable thing about this phone. But nowhere, actually, if I'm correct, as I look around, the word Pixel doesn't even appear on the product. Nowhere on the physical body of this phone is the word Pixel. I bet if we look at the SIM tray. Do I have a SIM tool immediately handy? I know I do, but I don't want to go digging around for it. I bet if we look at the SIM tray, it probably says Pixel on that. But other than the SIM tray, I bet it's nowhere visible. No, it should just be the IMEI number? I mean, that's certainly a possibility, but I know some phones do put it on the SIM tray, what model number it is. Why they do that, the answers could vary. There's my poking tool. Giggity. Okay. It's not like I'm gonna get a phone call during this, at least not one I'm gonna miss, so pop out the phone real quick. Find. Okay. Pop that. A great moment if I had a macro lens that I could switch to show this off. Okay, so SIM card is out. Okay, the SIM card has, or sorry, the SIM tray. It has the name Google on it. The address 1600 Amphitheater, MTV CA. Obviously, that's Mountain View, California. The zip code 94043 USA. And if you look below that, but sorry, to be clear, not that anyone cares, but the address is printed on the shiny metallic part there. And then if you look very close to the edge of the SIM tray, the part that is right next to the outside of the phone when this is inserted, in the black plastic, there is a very, very tiny IMEI number printed there, which reads 743116112. No, I'm kidding. I'm not actually reading out my IMEI number. And no, those were also not the first digits. But it'd be hilarious if I did that. Surprisingly, the back of the SIM tray does not have anything printed. Okay. So that's going back into the phone. I'm now reconnected to the world, should anyone choose to call me. Yeah, so put a logo on this phone. Nothing gross. Just replace the Google logo with anything else. People like it. I'm sure of it. I can't be sure of it. It could end up being a disaster as they end up picking a logo that looks like something inappropriate, or knowing them that somehow they will find a way to kind of botch it. But iconic design doesn't need logos. Okay, I want to yell at you for that, because that's such a, like, almost Steve Jobsy, like, snark way to say it. But at the same time, damn it, that's not wrong. And I know the camera bar kind of fits that. It is a very distinct design. It stands out. But my point is not that. It's that it's part of a product family. And as part of a product family, I feel like I want to be able to pick up multiple Pixel items and have a logo that stands out, that basically, and yes, I know the thing I'm about to say has a deep irony to it, but these products are kind of designed to work together. And that is the irony, because holy crap, do we know for a fact this is not a thing that the Pixel products are good at. But in theory, you expect the products to kind of work together. That would be a thing that's kind of, that could be a significant aspect to these products. Awesome. What if we put a camera bar on the front too? Okay, so we know you're kidding, but that would be kind of hilarious. You know what? We could even call it stick with me here. We could call it a bezel. How about, can we try it? Can we try it? Let's call it a bezel. Sorry, I am in troll mode today. Okay, but I have an alternate suggestion. How about we put a light bar underneath the camera bar? Right there. Not fully underneath it, but like on the bottom of the camera bar. How about that? And then let the camera app control the light bar. I'm just saying, like, imagine using this as like a countdown thing for a timer photo. You could use it as, I don't know, maybe like a thing for, honestly, I can't think of much else. Obviously, it'd be good for the purposes of like indicating a call when your phone is down or something. Like there are ways that it could be used. And the light bar and light up and do colors like the Edge on Samsung devices did at one point. Yeah, that would even work. A mini visible projector in the front dynamic bar that just projects the logo on your forehead. Oh, jeez. I mean, somewhere out there is someone who's asking if they can do that. Anything... That sounds like a Sony thing to do. Anyway, moving on. Pixel 17 Pro is designed by Austin. Nice. For anyone who's not looking at Discord right now, it is the big giant part that sticks out the top of the Star Destroyers in Star Wars. Yep. Okay, so Hoopy earlier had said, not as bad as that Slack etiquette, Cody, but I work with someone who always starts new top-level messages and channels with this leading dot and new line before the message itself, and I don't know why. That's a great question. You've made me curious. Needs more dynamic camera bar. Jeez. I actually would like to know why. I'm very curious. Because that feels like a very Twitter sort of thing to do. Because for anyone who doesn't remember, that used to be a thing you did on Twitter. Not the new line, but you would... If you wanted to name somebody at the start of your tweet, but you didn't want it to be like a reply or like a direct tweet to them, then you would put a dot in front of it. That was a way that it would show on your timeline publicly, kind of a thing. Old stuff you don't need to deal with anymore in Twitter. Let's see. Austin, Poopy. Groundbreaking new panel that has the different colors of each pixel arranged into a Google G. Could see it. Anyway. So, I'm just saying, dear Big G, make us a logo. Make us a logo for the Pixels. Keep it understated on the products. It should be simple. It should be clean. But make it a little bit more interesting than just the company's logo. It's all we're asking for. Um, you want to restate the belief that they need to adopt the assistant logo as associated with Pixel 2. I remember the assistant logo. That was the like 4 dots hovering. Yeah. Yeah. I could see that. Long time ago, I actually animated this. For an article, actually, I made the animated logo. I gotta admit, I do like their animation. It's simple, it's clean, but it's very, very dynamic. I like that. Okay. Voice assistants are dead according to the internet. Well, you know how the big narrative is that young people, quote, young people, which as far as I can tell includes everyone under the age of 65. Young people hate phone calls. Apparently that is the new wisdom, is the youngs hate phone calls. I'm pretty sure I'm older than anyone watching, and I'll tell you, I hate phone calls. I don't like phone calls. But if maybe people have decided that they hate talking on the phone so much that they've now moved to they hate talking to the phone. So voice assistants have been the natural victim of this. Austin with the Dolly version of the Pixel logo. I'm terrified of this, but I could kind of see it working. Jeez. I don't know what to make of this. Anyway. Let's see, Hoopy. The assistant logo is still used in some places, but they generally use the assistant mic variant in apps themselves. So I think it's a good potential for, here's the Google Smarts meeting. Yeah, I could see that. I like how Dolly completely failed at that interesting spelling choice. But yeah, anyway. Yeah, I just feel it. Okay, so I can see them stealing the assistant logo. The only thing is, it feels like that belongs on like their Nest speakers and stuff like that. Oh yeah, the Chromecast remote has the assistant logo. Yeah, you're right. I'm pretty sure that it's on there. I feel like I've seen it on something else. I just can't think of what. But it's probably... Oh! I'm not going to have one in this room. I believe the box, not the actual product, but the box that the Google Home came in, I believe had the assistant logo plastered on it pretty heavily. You hear the Stadia logo is up for grabs. Oh, hey, you know what? This morning, I got my, I finally got my, my refund for the Stadia Founders Edition. So I'm officially, able to pay another bill next month. So I'm pretty happy about that. But yeah, it's a shame. They had to kill Stadia. Punks. Yeah, the boxes for most all Nest and Pixel products have the Assistant logo on it already, just relegated to feature list. Yeah, actually, wait, does the current Pixel? Not that it matters, but yeah, they don't have the Assistant logo anywhere on the Pixel 7 box. Oh, the Stadia controllers have the Assistant logo. Oh, you're right, they do on the button. Yeah, pretty much any accessory device that has a microphone in it, which obviously would be used for Assistant. All of those have the logo on the button. You're not going to find it, though, on any of the other stuff. Actually, not that you'll even be able to see it in the camera, but yeah, there's the Stadia controller with the Pixel, or with the Google Assistant logo on the tiniest button that they have on this thing. Not counting the little reset button on the back. Oh wait, actually, is that a reset button, or is that the microphone? I can't tell, and I don't want to. Not that it matters. It's it doesn't matter at all. But I don't want to poke through and possibly destroy the microphone if it turns out it's not a reset button. Interesting, not on the Buds Pro box. I get that it's a small box, but they could put it on there. You can always you can pretty much always print a logo smaller so it'll fit into packaging. You're going through your closet of boxes you should have already thrown out. Dude, I'm right there with you. I don't keep every box, but I keep a lot of the boxes for products I have, just for various reasons. A lot of times I leave the cables in there until like I need the cable. I also keep the boxes a lot of times in case like I end up selling the product or something like that, which, seeing as I basically never sell stuff, that's not really an issue for me. But yeah, in the offhand chance that I ever need it, and it's funny how often I pulled them out for like photos and stuff like that, like showing off old products that I happen to have, usually just for the purpose of like an article here and there. Yeah, stuff like that. Okay, let's see. Let's stop that for a second, so I will trigger that momentarily. Current indoor Nest Cam has it, which is interesting since it's probably the least assistant-like Nest device. Yeah, that is actually kind of weird. Though, upon thought, I have seen other products with the Assistant, or I think I've seen them with the Assistant logo on them. Man, like every phone I have just happens to be going dead at the same time. That's fine. I think there's enough charge on that one, so I'll be pulling in this one. Yeah. So that is kind of funny. All right. Anyway, I feel like sort of back onto a topic. May as well actually attempt to hit another one or two. Maybe more. I haven't looked into all of these yet. But we may as well talk about Google's counterpart-ish, Apple. And Apple trying to do a thing that actually seems like a very Google-like thing to do, which was the scanning of photos They were uploaded to iCloud, looking for you know, kitty pics. Yeah, this is they cut a lot of flack for this, largely because there was a lot of pretty viable concern that Apple was going to use this as an excuse to start looking at people's photos, and could unintentionally possibly expose a lot of stuff that they shouldn't. Not least of which would be possibly people's legitimate private images that do not have anything to do with underage people. There was some concern that it might include or that they might choose to willingly not make their algorithm that good, and it might allow them to just snoop on people's personal photos. There were theories that their system might allow them to maybe snoop on employees or competitors who might just so happen to have photos that would expose plans, products, etc., etc. There were theories that they might use this as a way to spy on people for completely unrelated reasons, or that they could even farm out that spying to other organizations. Short version, bad idea. And Apple has now walked it back. So even when this happened, pretty much everyone said, okay, we get it. Cheers to Apple for wanting to do a good thing, or saying that they're going to do a good thing. But look at all the bad ways that this can go wrong. And so it basically led down a very obvious long road of them saying, yeah, maybe this isn't a good idea. Maybe we're screwing up with this plan. Maybe we just shouldn't try to do it. So apparently they are at least walking it back. I have a feeling that this isn't the last we're going to hear of it. It's just they are not going to announce it when they do eventually launch something in the future, and what they launch will probably be a very strict, tightly controlled version of this. Possibly to the tune of like detecting if people are let's say not under investigation, but suspected people. I could see that becoming a thing. Like maybe they'll only snoop on select people that are already suspected, or they might simplify a process in like getting court orders or things like that. I have a feeling that we'll see something to that effect someday. Just not today, and probably not for a while. Hoopy, you found the Nexus 9, which is also kind of funny. Well, just since you mentioned that, I feel compelled to point out I have my Nexus 9 right here, within reach, and it's not that it is currently charged. It is not, but I actually did for a very long time keep it fairly actively charged because, actually, double checking, is it charged? No, it's not. Okay. I kept it charged because I had on it an app that I could use to control OBS. So it worked kind of like a Stream Deck, but okay. But yeah, it was finicky, it was annoying to use, and it took up a lot more space on my desk than I wanted it to. Or rather, it was kind of fiddly, and I didn't have a good way to stand it necessarily in a place that was ideal. So yeah, it has been it mostly sits under the desk, but it's always within reach. Hopefully the Pixel tablet does good. That would be nice. I I I do think they need to be making tablets. Android tablets shouldn't be dead. But having said that, I think the admission has to be there. iPads has such an incredible lead, and so few people seem compelled to make anything for Android tablet interfaces. We just really don't have much of a reason for it. That being said, maybe with LumaFusion coming to Android, it might reinvigorate some desire for tablets. Presumably, I'm assuming when the tablet does come, it's probably going to have I'm assuming it's going to have the same chip in it that's in a Pixel 7. By that time it should. I suppose it could have the original Tensor chip, but it should be Tensor 2. So it should have the actual meat to be able to run LumaFusion decently well. Austin, you're not that impressed by LumaFusion? To be fair, mobile video editor. Not sure there's much to be impressed by with that one. I have bought it. I had enough store credit to get almost the whole amount, so I just added a few bucks and finished the purchase. I bought it. I haven't used it yet. I've been focusing a lot more of my attention on other things, particularly actually starting to learn or starting to play around with Affinity Photo, which just today actually I canceled my Adobe Photoshop and Lightroom subscription. So yeah, as of next month I will be fully on Affinity Photo, at least until such time as I say, holy crap, I can't use it. But I don't think that time is going to come, so pretty sure I'm off Lightroom and Photoshop. So I may do a photo edit stream fairly soon, just almost specifically for the purpose of like, here's me learning my way through Affinity Photo's process. Poopy, I don't know that there's much new to say about the new tablet yet, but I do hope it succeeds just because I need a tablet that's in the Google ecosystem to give family. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, regarding apps, kind of to Austin's comment, I would like to see more developers care about this. I don't think there's at this stage much Google can do to motivate developers. I think this is just one of those things where developers are going to have to decide that they care about this or not. If they care about it, great. Then it might happen. Google can make tablet development easier. They can try really, really hard to push to make this a success. But at the end of the day, it's going to come down to developers deciding, is it too much work to put out a tablet interface when we just don't have enough users? And until there are a lot of apps that are actively making good use of the tablet, there aren't going to be a lot of users. There aren't going to be a lot of people circling back and saying, well, we need a tablet to run this app. Or you know, there are a bunch of apps that we can use with this tablet. This is a chicken and egg situation, and right now, the chicken doesn't want to lay eggs. That's kind of just where we're at. So, yeah, it'd be nice. It'd be a nice thing to hope for. I feel rightfully skeptical. I want to see it succeed. I don't know that it will. Poopy, I do know that the Android dev socials are being a lot more active for large format devices and tablets specifically than ever seen before. Even in the initial Android Chrome OS period. To be fair, the Chrome OS thing I think was a disaster. their messaging for that was completely wrong. It felt desperate and ham-fisted. Now I'm not sure if it's any better, because they're basically just saying build for foldables, and while you're at it, could you please also give some attention to tablets? That'd be nice, please. Thank you. And foldables are proving to be kind of a not... I still hold to the belief that I think foldables will eventually become mainstream, like truly, genuinely mainstream devices. But we're several years away from this happening. And I think foldables have taken a pretty big hit. Seeing as the last generation, the generation that was kind of hyped as the, hey, we solved it. We finally figured it out, where we know how to make a foldable that is durable and it's going to last and people are going to love it. No, you didn't. You made a foldable that lasted a month longer than the previous generations. People are not loving this. They're kind of hating it. And I genuinely would be surprised if the next generation of foldable devices, I really, really genuinely doubt they're going to sell as well as this last generation did. I really think that that's going to turn out to be kind of the not a good thing. Also, system developers account interestingly. Huh, okay. So yeah, I don't know. I'm reserving some of my cynicism on this, but I'm not holding out a lot of hope either. Yeah, I'm hopeful for it to succeed, but I'm not expecting it. I'm expecting the opposite. If tablets improve, in theory, it means Chrome OS 2. I don't see that being true. It could be, but I think the future of Chrome OS is completely disconnected from the future of Android tablet apps, Android tablets in general. I get the point you're making. Obviously, like, Android apps with tablet interfaces would just be nicer on Chrome OS. And the more a tablet succeeds in the Android ecosystem, the more it'll spur developers to care about their tablet and therefore Chrome OS layouts. But I don't think it's really going to actually do that much for Chrome OS. I don't know. I can't put it into good words. I just feel like these two things are not as connected as that. Also, I'm not fully convinced Chrome OS is going to last. Some part of me is still kind of wondering if they're going to do Fuchsia to replace Chrome OS. And I'm mostly hopeful that they do. Fun fact, I'm looking at a goat. That's actually not a joke. The goat just left. It's actually entirely true. Okay, let's see. Starting to think we'll skip mainstream foldable adaptation. I think that was supposed to be adoption, and move straight to AR glasses. I don't think that this is a skip to so much as a thing that will also happen. But I don't feel like we're going to completely throw out phones in favor of AR glasses. And if we're not going to throw out phones, if we're going to keep having phones, I think foldable can still exist in that space. I don't think foldable is cannibalized by AR glasses, at least not in a big way. To some extent it will be, sure, but I don't think that's going to be a big component of it. Hoopy, following anecdotal observations, the Android devs Twitter account has basically stopped talking about foldables. It's all Wear, tablets, and TV the last couple weeks. To be fair, that could just be because those are the products Google makes, and Google is not currently making a foldable. I know they are working on one, but we have so little evidence that they're ever going to ship it. I'm not sure that that can be factored in yet. PWA Google Keep did not get any love like the tablet layout. That is weird, actually. Because Keep is such an easy thing to do a tablet layout for. Hoopy. The hot take. Foldables are the new stylus. A small vocal minority loves them, but aside from some, oh, this is fun, I'll try it, temporary adoption, it's not going to stick. See, I just can't agree with that. But I will give some context on this. I think foldable tablets absolutely will become a common thing. Well, maybe common is the wrong word, but I do genuinely think that at some point we're going to see tablets that are foldable. And once that happens, assuming that they are durable enough, I think that's going to become an incredibly common thing. Because that solves the biggest problem with the tablet. The footprint of carrying around a tablet sucks, but if you make it so it's foldable, all of a sudden a tablet actually becomes incredibly pocketable. So, kind of holding that one might be a big key thing. As far as foldable phones, I still hold to the belief, though I'm becoming more skeptical about it. I still hold to the belief that at a certain point, it will become normal for us to see foldable phones. They won't just be the niche item. It will become maybe not the dominant form factor, but I think it will become a common enough form factor to just legitimately say the market has, like, the market share is going to be like 30 or 40% foldable phones, and the rest of them will be regular phones, or maybe even some niche that we haven't had yet. I don't know what that would be, but hypothetically, maybe there'd be another thing. Who knows? Maybe AR glasses will become a niche phone replacement at some stage. Hot take is about phones specifically. Once we start seeing foldable tablets that aren't $5,000 devices from Lenovo running Windows, I'll admit that could be different. Yeah, I think the tablets is an inevitability. Once those are foldable, that is going to catch on like gangbusters. If for no other reason than the fact that you could genuinely just fit a foldable tablet into like cargo pants. You could you could theoretically fit a foldable tablet into like maybe whatever term you want to give to a fanny pack, or it could fit into like the bottle. You know how some backpacks have like the bottle net on the side? Then you could probably fit a foldable tablet into that. Like, to be able to fit a tablet into really nice confined spaces, even if only you can fold in one dimension, which is a pretty safe bet, that alone would be such a good thing. Like, that would make tablets so easy to carry. Hoopy, it'll become normal. Seeing someone use an S Pen is also normal, but that doesn't mean it's the future. Okay, I get what you're saying with that, but I'm going to counter by... I kind of have to counter by the fact that there's so many people who were using a stylus before there were before there were ever even S Pens. S Pens happened because people are already used to using a stylus. The stylus just went away for a long time because Steve Jobs did the whole, like, if you have to use a stylus, you know, you're doing it wrong. Like, it's a terrible phone if you have to use a stylus, which of course turns out that was a bad take, but whatever. But yeah, I know you're just using that as an example, and I get that. Just saying, like, the S Pen, kind of different case. It's normal enough to support premium devices, but not enough to be mainstream. That's the point, though. I do think foldables will reach mainstream if they get the screen technology worked out so it's durable enough. Or resilient enough, actually, might be the better word. Durable probably isn't the choice word. Let's just go with resilient. Awesome. Don't rule out Neuralink. I think the government is about to rule out Neuralink. Let's see how things go. The announcement that they're going to start human testing in 6 months, I'm betting that that's not going to happen. I'm betting. I honestly, like, I don't know if you can short that stock yet, but I feel like at some point in 6 months or so, articles are going to come out basically highlighting whatever happened to that. Did they start human testing, or is this just another thing that Musk is going to be pushing back like a lot? Though I will say, and I have said this before, I will hold to it. I just don't think Neuralink's how it's going to happen. I'm looking forward to the day implantables happen. I want that to be a thing. I know that, like, there are plenty of reasons to be afraid of them. I know that they are going to be dangerous. I know the first generations are going to be probably a disaster, but I love the idea of implantable tech. I want that to become a thing. I've said it in the past. There's so many things in humans that I think can and should be replaced. This is, in my opinion, and I am not in any way saying this hyperbolically, I mean this truly and sincerely, I think implantable technology is our next form of evolution. And things like Neuralink, even though that is going to probably be an absolute joke, things like that are how we get there. Let's see. Hoopy, I bet if Apple makes an iPad mini that unfolds to be a regular iPad, that will sell like crazy. I think, I know that this will sound silly, but I think you're underestimating it. Crazy, I don't think is even a strong enough word. If Apple makes a foldable iPad, it will be such an incredible seller. I mean, we're talking bonkers, absolute ludicrous level of sales. They will probably not be able to produce enough to fill those orders for a year. That is my theory. They will be announcing the new one they will announce the Gen 2 while they still can't even finish providing enough of Gen 1. That's how well I think it will sell. Diablo scrollables. Oh, scrollables. I don't know if you're kidding or not, but there is actually a movie where they did this. This has been actually my frame of thinking for what technology or what foldables could one day be. Yeah. So there was a movie back in, I want to say like 2002, 3, 4 territory, called Red Planet. This was something that they showed in the movie. So this was the core device that they carried around was in this guy's left hand, and he pulled out basically a clear screen using his right hand, and it basically unrolls into this heavy-duty sheet of plastic. Obviously, this is all just movie special effects, but yeah, it rolls out into this plastic. I believe it was touch sensitive. I don't actually remember that for sure. But then they, since it was clear, they end up using it as kind of a map, and they held it up to match some rocks and figure out where they were on the planet. Oh, it was okay. It was in the year 2000. That's the year this movie came out. Ironically, I just had to look up and oops, right there. That's where it was at. But yeah, not the greatest movie. It was passable. If I remember correctly, this was what, Val Kilmer and Carrie-Anne Moss, or am I mixing movies? I think I'm mixing movies. Let's see. Now I just have to check now. Oh yeah, okay, it was Val Kilmer and Carrie-Anne Moss. And Tom Sizemore, I won't give spoilers what happens to some of these characters. Good old Terrence Stamp. I love this guy. He pulls off creepy and wise all in one so well. Anyway, it was an okay movie. Not a must-see by any stretch of the imagination, but okay movie. Anyway, yeah, this scrollable was a cool as hell thing, and I've always looked at that and thought, one day we'll have something to this effect, and it'll be pretty damn neat. Wonder if they have, like, what are the odds that they have a, oops. Anything animated here? Yeah. I don't see anything. I was kind of hoping. How about... What about a video? Okay. I'm watching this off out of view first to make sure that I don't get some crazy takedown like from wherever as they get angry that I show videos on stream. Okay. A trailer does not include this. Nope. I don't think I'm gonna see it. Anyway, yeah, go watch the movie if you care, or don't. It doesn't matter. You get the point. But yeah, that's always been one of those, like, to me it was kind of the Star Trek moment. Like, everyone's always talked about how so much technology from Star Trek eventually made it into mainstream and real life. I have always looked at that as being one of those things that we will eventually get it. We just aren't there yet. Yeah, okay, so scrolling back up, Austin Neuralink brought to you by the US Army. Yep. Well, we'll see how long that happens, though, because holy crap, he just keeps angering senators and congresspeople. Pretty soon, the military might might be banned from supporting any more of Elon's projects. Hoopy, the announcement was the application for testing was submitted to the FDA, but yeah, seems like an aggressive timeline. Yeah, it is very aggressive. I think if they're going to do anything, it's probably going to be, they're probably just going to move to like testing on more intelligent creatures without going full human. Let's see. What else? Not really evolution, but yeah, it will happen. Then like 30 years later, we'll have biological based computers that make implantable outdated. Yeah. Well, so I have two theories of what will eventually become human evolution. One is that we're going to we're effectively going to do the cyberpunk thing where we start replacing body parts. Will it be true full evolution? No. But I think we'll eventually be able to truly, genuinely take parts of the body, replace them, and it will become ideally a pretty common thing. And in doing so, we are probably going to effectively really substantially increase our lifespans doing this. And I think we're going to largely make a lot of strides in improving the capabilities of what humans can do. My second part of this is I think we are going to get into genetic modification to the extent that it is effectively evolution. And I don't think there's anything crazy about that. I'm not, and I don't think this is happening anywhere in my lifetime. I think the technology for implantables will happen in my lifetime. I don't think there's any chance we're going to be doing good genetic modification within that time. Within that time. That being said, I think at some stage we're going to figure out how to effectively make better use of the human brain. Will unlock the ability for that to be more actively used. And the simple weird way of looking at this is, I think humans collectively, through science, humans have the ability to create their own evolutionary step. And as a result, one day we will beat natural evolution. Like, we're not going to evolve an extra arm. We're not going to evolve like other body parts before we evolve through our own scientific exploration. That's what I'm getting at. And I don't think it's going to be some crazy thing like I don't think we're going to like create the next X-Men. I don't think we're going to do anything too wacky. But I do think that we're eventually going to tinker with our biology enough that we get to the point that it is objectively a next stage of evolution. Let's see. Hoopy, I won't be surprised if in a few years or so we get an iPhone 8, 8X situation where the 8 is the current design, give or take revisions, and the X is a foldable tablet. Yeah. No, I think that's pretty much an inevitability. And it just makes sense. Why wouldn't we? You know? Because Apple in particular is going to be looking at just... They're gonna be putting out products that are supposed to be approachable at a budget, and they're going to be putting out products that are supposed to be sort of the pro line or the premium product. And in doing so, like, yeah, a foldable tablet or a foldable iPad is just kind of a obvious given. It's going to cost more. I think that's inevitable, and there's going to be an audience for it. but yeah, they're also going to want to have tablets out there that are for just for the normies. And, well, maybe normies isn't the right way to say it. Let's just say it's going to be their budget line. It's the product that they sell to the people who can't afford to go to the foldable. One day YMCA. I won't ask what that reference is going to be. Awesome. I'm still convinced humanity will not see the next century. I certainly could see that being the case. We'll see. Yeah, that's a fair question. Hey Carson, how's it going? Also, I missed it earlier, but I meant to also say hello to Austin and Hoopy. You guys have been talking this whole time, and I didn't get around to saying the hellos, and I said hello to Diablo at the start. But yeah, so yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure what to expect for humanity in the next century. We certainly have every possibility of tumbling back to the Dark Ages. Like, that's the direction we very clearly could be headed. Honestly, if anyone doesn't see if people don't see the possibility of Idiocracy playing out in real time, look, we're on our way. We are so on our way to Idiocracy actually becoming reality. The only difference is somehow those people will still be walking around wearing red hats. Like, that's the only thing that's going to change between now and, or between the movie and reality. Idiocracy, honestly, you know what? Hot take. It's just a very okay movie. It's fine. Like, it's got its funny moments, but it's a fine movie. But the concept is freaking perfect. It is a movie that needed to be made because it gives us a shorthand for saying exactly what we all know and are terrified to believe eventually will become reality. Yeah. So yeah, I'm dreading it, but I think that's probably the inevitable future. Man, cynicism. Electrolytes, it's what plants need. Yeah. God, that movie really does actually nail it so perfectly, though. Carson, did we get the Pixel Fans merch email? Yes. We talked about that earlier, actually. That is very much the WTF of the whole thing. Oh, and hey, David, how's it going? What if the Superfan $100 promo code only worked in the merch store? Oh my god. That's the only way they could make it worse. Yeah. That is truly the only way they could make it worse. And somehow, like, just for laughs, I kind of want to see that. Bear with me here. I think if that happened, there would be enough super fans who just, like, straight up hate post to the Facebook group. Like, a pure and simple, like, what are you guys thinking? You're mad. Like, how could you even waste our time with this? Yeah, I just don't see that playing out well. Oh, the chat in the Discord. Let's see. Boycott pixels would happen. I don't think we'd get quite to the point of boycotts, but I do think it would just absolutely the Pixel Superfans group would just lose it. Austin would have 45 pins and 135 stickers. Look, I'm just gonna say, yeah, pretty much. No, I would get the water bottles and just hand them out to as many people as I could find. I don't know. Actually, I'd probably... Well, oh, you know what? Hey, actually, I know exactly what I would do, I think. Okay, yeah, okay. So, you can powder coat on top of an existing powder coat. Strictly speaking, you can do a few things to remove powder coating, but you could just powder coat on top of the existing powder coat and put whatever you want on those bottles. I happen to know somebody who got into powder coating. I don't think he's necessarily set up to do something like this, but he probably could be. Carson, Superfans is so cringe. I know. I hate this name so much. It's even... I guess it's fine as a name for the group, but to have Superfans written on anything is terrible. Like, walking around with Superfan written on you somewhere is just such a bad thing. But, yeah, if I could get a bunch of these water bottles, or drink vessels, beverage vessel, there we go. If I could get a bunch of these beverage vessels, just pick those up and take those to him and have him powder coat something on top of it that people would actually want. You could almost maybe sell these beverage vessels for some amount people would actually pay. People might actually want these things. Play Super with only. I like it. I like it. Pixel OnlyFans. I love this. God, that would be so good. Oh, let's see. But yeah, it at least, you know, if you could get the beverage vessel, I'm loving this term. If you could get the beverage vessels effectively for free through referrals and various other things, and then just collect them and then do a fresh powder coat on them, that would be so perfect. I really actually think that would be the way to do it. That would be a good strategy. If for no other reason than at a bare minimum, it'd be a good way to make like custom merch or something. Or at least prevent those water bottles from going completely to waste. Because let's be honest, it's wasting them. Having the terrible Pixel Superfans insignia on them, just not a good idea. David said in the Discord, oh well, wait, what was this Hoopy posted from the Superfans group about the new merch? Oh good, someone has posted. Spent thousands on Google products and all I had to do was give up my privacy. Google merch should be free to loyal Googleites. Really disappointed is this. Okay. Those prices are insane, even with the discount code. Yup. Credit to the people who said it true. Because, yeah. Yeah, the prices are stupid and the merch sucks. I mean, technically, for anyone doing referrals, you're gonna get this stuff anyway. But yeah, it's so cringe. David, Linsa by Prisma. Okay. My significant other took photos of me and did it, so I wasn't there to see how it worked. The results were wild. Oh, the AI generated. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I've heard about this, but I haven't looked too closely. I've seen a few of the things that have been done for other people, for various sort of famous faces and stuff like that. Apparently there are a bunch of people who are really furious about this. I don't know that I really understand it. I guess they're very mad that you can see, like, in some of the renderings, you can see like the signatures of the real artists whose images were basically stolen. So I get that. Like, I fully respect that that's a problem, and yes, people whose work was basically hijacked should be getting paid at least, and they should have the option to opt out. That being said, and I'm gonna say this very, very brazenly, this is one of those things where technology, it's gonna happen. It's gonna happen whether you like it or not. There are definitely ways to be more ethical. Oh, wow. Wow. David, that is a lot to take in. That's something. Anyway, so yeah, the hijacking of their work, that definitely needs to be accounted for. But the reality is, I think we just, like, we have to face facts. This is going to happen. It's sort of like, I don't know how many people are really familiar with this phenomenon, but there was a point in history where bars used to ban cameras. Like, it was a very common thing. If you walked into a bar, almost all of them would have a sign saying no cameras allowed. Then this progressively became kind of a, well, with permission you can bring in a camera. Which, you know, that was not surprising. That was a normal choice to make. And then smartphones came along. Or, sorry, camera phones. This is pre-smartphone. Camera phones happened. And all of a sudden, a bunch of bars kind of had to do the, well, you know, as long as you don't take your phone out and take pictures of people, we aren't going to ask you to leave your phone at the door. Though there were some that actually did ask that. And they still insisted no proper cameras. So, you know, if your phone had a camera, fine. But you can't take pictures. Then at a certain point, smartphones happened. And at that stage, every phone had a camera. And they couldn't ask people to not bring cameras into a bar anymore. It was just impractical. It was unrealistic. And asking people not to pull their phones out and take pictures, like, half the people in there were taking pictures of themselves. Deepest V-neck, no kidding. Carson, no DSLRs. Hey, I have legit walked into a couple of places with a DSLR. Well, mirrorless, but you get the point. And yeah, no one batted an eye. No one cares because everyone's so used to people carrying around smartphones now. But yeah, it's one of those things, like, at a certain stage, technology is going to do its thing. AI generated stuff, whether it's text, images, videos, which we now have AI generated video. That was a thing months ago. I expect AI generated music. Well, we already have AI generated music, just not in the sense of, like, just raw generating music. This is stuff that's going to happen. It's happening no matter what. Someone out there is developing it. Are they training on information that they don't have legal access or rights to? Yes, absolutely. They're going to keep doing it. That's not changing. Because nothing is in place to stop them. And to put it bluntly, it's too late. They've already done it. And what are you going to do? Complain about copyright violations? Good luck. Because as it is, the copyright system already kind of has enough of a like mix and match exception. If you can mix and match enough to the point that the original is basically indistinguishable, people aren't going to care. They're just going to keep doing this, and it's too difficult to litigate this. So AI generated stuff, it's going to happen. Like, trying to pretend it won't doesn't do any good. Trying to regulate it is nice, but by the time you succeed in coming up with a regulation and actually pushing a regulation through any sort of legal channels, AI will have moved 10 stages beyond. It will have ignored the things that you're even trying to regulate. It'll work around it. This is how technology has always worked and will always work, where there is no stopping this one from happening. So, is it good? No. But yes. But no. But yeah. And it's just, this is, I don't know how many times I can say it, it's unavoidable. That's the reality we're facing. Let's see. All right, scrolling back up a little bit. I think Google should give all their superfans a bunch of heavily branded and cheap USB-C to Lightning cables and encourage them to give them out to all their Apple friends and family. I love that. I'm going to I would slightly adjust that to no, actually, I'm not even adjusting it. The heavily branded, I'll tell you what it needs to do. The heavily branded part, the cables need to come in Google colors. Like, not one color per cable, but literally the cable has to be, like, striped in Google's colors. Just a long pattern. It would be garish and ugly, but people would absolutely use it. Okay, Hoopy, I have a lot of artist friends mad about image gen AI and trying to boycott it and calling it illegal, but it's not. It's really not illegal and definitely unavoidable at this point. Yep, pretty much what I'm saying. Yeah, that's the whole point. The legality is in question because it is objectively copyright infringement. Like, that is happening. There's no disputing it, but you can't litigate the copyright infringement. Not successfully, and that's the problem. How do you stop anyone from doing this? I'm sure there's ways to make that happen, but it's not practical, and it's not really going to play out. Hoopy, maybe the law needs to catch up, but I think that's optimistic, and a lot of the anger at the AI is pointless. Yeah, the law will never catch up. It's, I think, basically impossible. Because if you ask somebody, I would say 3 years ago, well, first consider how long it takes for most laws to ever even actually happen. Like, there still really aren't any good laws regarding AirTags. And that was a mess a year ago. It's been about a year since people very clear, actually probably longer than that. Oh, it's definitely been longer than that. What am I saying? The car theft ring thing was about a year ago. The original stalker complaints, those started like within a few weeks of the AirTags coming out. There's still really no good law covering AirTags outside of the existing, you're not allowed to use technology for stalking people unless you have special permission to stalk them kind of stuff. So like getting good laws in place is hard enough. And AI right now is such a hot thing. If you asked anyone 2 or 3 years ago if we would even be able to do the stuff that we're hearing about and seeing today, most people would laugh at you and say, get real, we're not living in that kind of science fiction. Yeah, we are. We are living in that kind of science fiction. Like, we're not that far away from truly indiscernible fakes of real people. Like, that's coming. Give it time. It's again unavoidable. And any law that you create, what good's it going to do when somebody develops something and then just decides to originate it somewhere else? So, it doesn't have to come from the US. What? So are you going to convince every country to create the same laws? Are you going to, all that's going to happen is people are just going to set up their server in another country where it's not illegal to do a certain thing. Carson, no. In large part because I can't attribute it to anyone for obvious reasons. Poopy, I think the fact that programmers have pretty much already given up on fighting GitHub Copilot is a sign that AI devs aren't going to stop unless they're forced to by law. Yeah. And in general, there will come a point where we're going to see the holes in what AI can do, because it's not really good at inventing new things. It's good at just goofing around. It's good at taking things that have already been created and remixing it, which is useful. It's powerful, but at a certain point, it still is only as good as what it has to learn from. And so that's always going to be the limiting point, and it's always going to be dependent on other things to kind of get it there. So we're not done with programmers. We're not done with writers. We're not done with artists. We're not done with musicians. We're not done with actors. They're all still going to be there, but at a certain point, we're not going to need them to do everything. And the question will become, at what stage will there be somebody who comes along and their skill, their technique is not necessarily in writing or in art, but being able to coax the right kind of writing, the right kind of art out of an AI system. I mean, look, this is no different than, think of a leather worker. I actually just gave this example not that long ago for something completely different, so it's kind of funny it's this flexible, but think of a leather worker. A long time ago, a leather worker's tools were basically a bunch of pieces of metal, like just individual metal spikes and stuff like that, with wooden handles. These days, you walk into like a decent leatherworking shop, half the leather workers have never even held tools like that. They don't know what they look like. They don't know how to use them. They're using completely different tools that are presses and like various contraptions that do a lot of the work for them very well, very perfectly, reliably, and they don't waste as much material. They can do a job that used to take hours or days in a matter of minutes, or maybe a couple of hours. Like, everything gets so much simpler because they're using better tools. And at a certain point, AI can be a tool like that. And if people are coming along and basically saying, my skill is to sit down at an AI prompt and tell it exactly how to get a certain thing that I want it to produce. I can get a very, very good thing in a couple of minutes. And if you hired somebody to do this particular type of thing, it would take them hours, days, maybe weeks to produce the thing that you want, which would look maybe as good as what I can get out of a prompt. And not everyone's going to have that same skill. That weirdly will eventually become a skill of its own, I think. Especially if the point comes along that AI can not just produce sort of the finished product, but actually gives us sort of the finished product in its component forms. I know that won't make a lot of sense in the context of art, but imagine like an AI that generates videos or something. If you ask it to make like a product commercial, and you decide, oh yeah, you know, I like these parts of it, but the transitions aren't right, and this effect and that effect aren't quite right, and so you sit down and you tweak the last 10% to make it perfect. Like that's going to be a skill. Anyway, Carson, what are your thoughts on people saying ChatGPT is gonna kill Google search? No. I mean, I get the idea, but no. ChatGPT, have you tried it? Okay. I'm actually gonna use Corbin's example of this, because Corbin tried it a day or two ago. Let me pull up what it said when he asked it to write. This might take a little bit of let's see. Has file. Posted a screenshot. Pretty sure it was a screenshot. Oh, it would have been in pretty sure this was the right room. This just needs to be read because it is such a perfect example of exactly why I'm not really worried about ChatGPT taking over Google search. Okay, so Corbin asked ChatGPT to write a Wikipedia article about Corbin Davenport. We're going to it wrote a lot. It did. It wrote a whole lot. So yeah, let's see. Okay, that's a good one. So yeah, again, write a Wikipedia article about Corbin Davenport. I will read this aloud so you guys don't have to. Corbin Davenport is a technology journalist and writer. He is best known for his work as a contributor to several technology and gaming websites, including Android Police, XDA Developers, and How to Geek. So far, dead on. Born and raised in the United States, Davenport developed an interest in technology and gaming at an early age. Still true. He began writing about these topics as a hobby and eventually turned his passion into a career. Okay, so, from what I know, close enough. Though holy God, is this thing just making it up? Like, he's never said any of this stuff anywhere. Davenport has been writing about technology and gaming for over a decade. You want to bet? You want to bet. And has gained a reputation as a trusted and reliable source of information and analysis on these topics. Okay, kind of stretching it, but okay. In addition to his work as a journalist, he is also an accomplished author, having published several books on technology and gaming. Wait, what? Would you... ChatGPT, are you maybe a little off on that one? Because I'm pretty sure Corbin hasn't published any books. I mean, I know this because when he posted this image, the first thing he said is, I don't think I've ever posted a book. Throughout his career, Davenport has covered a wide range of topics, including mobile technology, gaming, and consumer electronics. All right, we're back on truth. He has also interviewed some of the biggest names in the tech industry and has been quoted in numerous publications. Look, I'm just saying. I appreciate being called one of the biggest names in the tech industry, but I can't say that he's necessarily interviewed me. And I don't know that we can really count that. Also, has been quoted in numerous publications. I mean, sort of? Okay. In addition to his work as a journalist, Davenport is also an active member of technology and gaming communities. Yeah, kind of. Good enough. He is a frequent speaker at industry conferences and events, and is often called upon to provide expert commentary on the latest developments in these fields. Alrighty then. Holy crap, someone been drinking! Yeah, no. Corbin has never spoken at a conference or event. I've spoken at a few, but not he. And provide expert commentary? Sure, okay. I mean, I have him on this show, so it kind of counts. Overall, Corbin Davenport is a well-known and respected figure in the world of technology and gaming journalism. Sure. His work has helped to educate and inform millions of readers around the world, and he continues to be a leading voice in these fields. I'll let the leading voice line slide, but educate and inform millions of readers around the world? Look, I know what our page views look like on some of the different sites. Thousands? Easily. Tens of thousands? Sure. Hundreds of thousands? Okay. Probably. Yeah. We can go to hundreds of thousands. That's, I think, fair. Millions? F right off with that. We do not pull millions. Our sites don't even, like, no. It's not happening. So, yeah. I'm just saying, this is what ChatGPT thought of Corbin. And it is nice. It came up with a real good story about someone that it decided to name Corbin Davenport. But is this Corbin Davenport? Not even close. Sorry. Well, I mean, parts of it are. But the vast majority of it, definitely not. Sorry. It's not a thing. And let's see. I actually did my own. Let's quickly pull up mine. I did mine previously. I didn't bother saving it, so we'll just do it again real quick, which adds to the apparently astronomically high price of running the server for ChatGPT. Yeah, done. Okay. Alright, so we'll use the same prompt for me. For anyone who's never seen this, there we go. Write a Wikipedia article about Cody Toombs. Alright. Cody is a notable figure in the field of technology, journalism, and commentary. He is best known for his work as a writer and editor for the popular technology news and review website, Android Police. So far, pretty accurate. You know, within reason. Toombs began his career in journalism as a freelance writer. Wrong. Covering technology and gaming. Wrong. For a variety of publications. Wrong. In 2013, he joined the team at Android Police. Okay. Where he quickly established himself as a key member of the editorial staff. Key member, yes, very true. Editorial staff, nope. He has written extensively about the Android operating system and the latest developments in the world of mobile technology. Okay, yes. In addition to his work at Android Police, Toombs is also a regular contributor to other technology websites and publications. Okay. What are we counting here? He is known for his in-depth analysis of the latest trends in the tech industry. You know what? I'm counting that one. That is, I think I can count that one. That's this show. Damn, wonder how it pieced together the info on your join date at AP. I mean, all it had to do was look at the original post. Also, I've actually written in several places when I joined AP. So if it stumbled across any of those comments, that would fit. Is this a GPT stream now? Let's see. In addition, regular contributor to other technology websites and publications. Yeah, that's a stretch. But maybe it thinks that all those sites that steal our posts and republish them under my name, that maybe that's what they're getting that from. Okay. Moving to the next paragraph. Sorry. Toombs is highly respected in the tech journalism community and is often sought out for his expertise on a wide range of topics. I mean, sure, whatever. That's debatable, but it's opinion. He is considered an authority on all things Android, and his opinions and insights are widely followed by those in the industry. I mean, if that were true, the industry might be a little better, marginally, but probably not. Despite his busy schedule, yeah, okay, somehow it knows that I actually do keep pretty busy. Toombs remains dedicated to staying up to date with the latest developments in the world of technology. Yeah, that feels like a lie. He continues to be a key figure in the tech journalism community, and his work continues to be widely read and appreciated by fans and followers around the world. Yeah, look. Most of this is just wish-washy language. It's good at wish-washy language. But this whole paragraph... Or, wait. No, I guess, sorry. Not the whole paragraph, just these two sentences. Where it actually tries to include any facts. Completely wrong. It is just astronomically wrong on everything resembling facts. It does not mention that I started as a not as a bartender. It doesn't mention that well, actually, I guess I was a bartender before I was a programmer, so sure. But well, professional programmer. But yeah, it leaves out any notion of programming. It leaves out any notion that I spent actually a fairly long time as long time for that industry, as a bartender, and actually was for a while, and there's a whole long story to this, I was actually a fairly well recognized bartender. But yeah, no mention of this stuff. It didn't pick up any of that. I wouldn't expect it to, but yeah, this is garbage. Like, it's fun, it's amusing, but it's absolute trash. I don't see this ever beating Google search at Google's ability just to say, look, we understand what things are talking about. Oh, of course. Go away. Mute. But yeah, this isn't going to replace Google search, but it is going to be useful for a lot of things. Here's what it's useful for. It went out and found this information somewhere. It managed to dredge up a lot of information, and somebody who wants to research something is going to be able to take all of this kind of information, and they'll be able to type up, I don't know, some kind of a prompt. They'll be able to look up somebody or something and get a whole ton of information fed back to them. Will it all be right? No. But it may introduce a bunch of stuff to them that they will then be able to use to go research the correct stuff. And some of it just involves confirming something. If this part where it says that I started my career in journalism, actually, I just realized that could be read two different ways. Okay, maybe that is technically right. That part. But anyway, the thing is, like, someone could use all of this stuff as a starting point to research more. And if it finds something that that sounds weird or different, then it gives them a reason to go look it up. And it might give them details that they didn't know how to find somewhere else. That's what's useful about this. Is it Google search? No. Because they are then going to have to go to Google in order to look it all up. So it won't replace it, but it's going to assist it. It's going to augment it. And that's what makes this a powerful tool. Let's see. Going back up a ways, because a lot has happened in the comments since I started on this. Okay, so Austin needs a speaker that plays Pixel ads every time you plug in an iPhone. That for the cable, that'd be hilarious. You're asking for AI generated laws, pretty much. By the way, bearing in mind, I fully expect tons and tons of sites are going to basically start using this stuff to just generate articles. That is very much 100% going to become normal, which sucks. And it is basically going to kill we'll call them careers for a lot of people who would have otherwise worked at content mills. But yeah, anyway. Hoopy, regarding AI generated legality, I think there's a strong legal case to be made that the AI aren't doing copyright infringement any more than a human remembering a thing at the technical level. So yes and no. It depends on the circumstances. If we're talking about something written, a lot of times it would be very close to impossible to prove any sort of copyright infringement. However, if, and this is, I know, kind of a big if, but if a particular author ends up putting together a few words in a way no one else ever has, and it is somehow a distinct, unique thing, and then an AI generated thing ends up putting those same words together and obviously borrowed them from something that that other writer had done. And this could be the same for art, like various like images, audio, anything like that. At a certain point, there will be copyright infringements. They'll just be very hard to prove in a lot of instances, or it's going to be narrow situations where it is provable. The really interesting one is going to be, and I think this is how it's going to eventually reach a court case, because this will eventually happen and it will reach a court case. There will be a scenario, and I'll just give the one that immediately comes to mind. I bet there are 1,000 ways this could play out, but I think this is the most realistic one. There will be a person who takes a picture of something. It will be a unique picture, as in a person in a specific scenario, or an object that no one else will ever get to take a picture of, or something to that effect. They will take a picture. That picture will end up on the internet. The AI will eventually gobble that up and ingest it, and then someone will ask for a prompt for which the only thing it can take is that one picture, and that photographer will have copyrighted that picture. When this happens, eventually that AI is going to feed out basically a very minimally edited version of that picture. And when that happens, that is, by any objective legal definition, copyright infringement. It will happen. Guaranteed. This is one of those things, like, it's that old dumb thing of fill a room with like 1,000 monkeys, give every one of them typewriters, and in 1,000 years one of them will produce Shakespeare, however it goes. I've never been able to remember the specifics of that, but that's what this is. Like, except it's creating the specific scenario that kind of gets you there automatically. One of these days there will be an image for which there are no alternatives. There's no way to mix and match things to produce the desired result. And someone's desired result will happen to incorporate that image, or that sound, or that movement, or video, or whatever. At which point, you have a legal case for copyright infringement. It's over and done. And it will happen. Let's see. Hoopy, which is a horrific level of dystopia to start drawing lines on. Yep. There's plenty of dystopian crap here. Hoopy also said, also, how do you prove beyond a reasonable doubt that an AI copied something and didn't just make a really good guess? Well, I just gave that scenario. Look at protein folding. AI has basically solved a decades-old problem in a few years. Yeah, it did. But that, to be fair, also wasn't exactly... It wasn't exactly AI that solved this. It was a ton of oh my god, what's the word? Oh man, I am blanking on the word, or term, I guess. But when a hacker keeps trying different passwords until they get the right one, and they just systematically try a bunch. Whatever, you know what I'm getting at. We spent years and years just bombarding it with like the Human Genome Project kind of stuff with I can't think of the name of that project either. I ran a bunch of I ran a bunch of computers on that. Brute force, yes, that's the word I was looking for earlier. And I can't think of the other thing I was trying to remember. Anyway, it doesn't matter. It was sort of like the SETI at home stuff, but it was for scientific research. I used to run a bunch of computers on that. Back when power was cheaper, and I didn't necessarily care what happened to those computers. Anyway, yeah, the thing is, we had tons and tons of data that fed into that. At a certain point, an AI needs something it can feed off of. And it might be able to finish the last mile of guessing that, but at a certain point, the protein folding would have also been solved just by researchers allowing more brute force work to be done. Carson, I actually used OpenAI to write portions of my final paper. Nice. Love it. Let's see. And I've never tried this, but I happen to know of someone who was using, I don't think it was OpenAI, but maybe it was. He's a blog writer, tech blog writer, and he definitely used a tool to take something that was written somewhere else, I believe by the source that he was citing, which would have been like a Google blog post or Samsung or whatever. He took that and used it to rewrite the text. And he ended up publishing just one paragraph, to my knowledge, like this, but I wouldn't be surprised if he used it more than once. I also know of another site. We don't know for sure, but we have really strong suspicions that they are using this on a regular basis to pad their articles. Very specifically by taking things written on other sites, passing them through, and lo and behold, you end up with something that you can post and claim that it is not copying, even though it is very much copying. Anyway, Hoopy, ChatGPT killing Google search, as if Google hasn't demoed their own insane chatbot that's possibly even better than GPT-3. They aren't doing that research for no reason. Yeah, and that's the other angle on this. If Google really needs to beat this, they'll do it. And they'll do it by just replicating it. No one's going to swoop in and steal that thunder. And, you know, the other possibility is Google will just buy whatever it is that seems to be the up-and-comer. Or assuming someone else doesn't do it first. But yeah, this isn't going to kill Google as a company. Could it kill Google search in theory? Maybe a little bit, but not really. I just don't see it. It's like 10 years ago when Wolfram Alpha was going to kill Google search. Yeah. Those are funny days. AI making the world a better place already. Nice, David. Hoopy, the chatbots are an impressive foundation, but we're still waiting on a chatbot that can actually read and look up info in real time. I think we're not that far off from it. It's not, to say in real time, I don't think it's that far off from what we're approaching as it is. Because ingesting that information sometimes takes a while, but training it doesn't necessarily have to be a single long process. We could start seeing training occur on a real-time function. On a real-time function, and as that happens, that might change how this plays out. We'll have to see. There is the trolling of Corbin. skipping past that. Carson is obviously talking about Zach. Nice. Austin, ChatGPT found all of Corbin's erotic tech fan fiction stories. Oh boy. Oh boy. Hoopy, in general, you asked it to do the same for me and it said almost the exact same thing? Was that since... Oh yeah, okay. I just hadn't gone back to that room yet. Congrats on the speaking gigs. See, Hoopy, I actually have done some speaking gigs. Not too many, but it is a thing I have done. But yeah, it didn't do a bad job with me, but it ignored so much more that that would have been really, really easy for it to grab. And it ironically lied about things that it didn't need to. Let's see. Wonder how piece. Oh yeah, the starting date. And yeah, didn't mention RambleCast, which whatever. Carson, yeah. None of that info is online. Well, yeah. Again, as the stuff that it picked out, it made up garbage about like my relationship to the site. It made up the part about me becoming editorial staff very early on, because that didn't happen. Not really. I mean, it kind of like, if you want to waffle about what happened, it could be argued that I vaguely did, but not really. Actually, you know what could have happened? I have a theory on this one. It could have looked over all the articles on the site, and it could have found one that was labeled an editorial. And as such, it may have determined that I was an editor. And the first editorial I wrote for the site was, I think, within my first year there. So it might have decided that that meant I was part of the editorial staff. Which is stretching the truth completely out of whack, but that would make sense. That I can see how an AI would get tripped up on that. Let's see. A lot of the other stuff it said wasn't really necessarily that far off, but the start date, again, that one's easy. Like, literally just look for the first article that I posted to the site. That's easy to find. It's right there on a page. Like, no challenge. You could get the exact date. So yeah, I don't think that part's hard, but most of the rest of this would be pretty stretched. And it's because, again, most of this is fluffy wording. It's not actually sharing any usable, clear information. It's just fluff. Let's see. Protein folding, basically a very complicated physics problem. Yeah, it is. But eventually we were going to get there through brute force too. Not entirely, but the solutions that brute force would have eventually found were eventually going to lead to a recognizable pattern that a human could pick out. And once a human picks it out, we would have gotten there anyway. So was AI necessary? No. Did it maybe speed up the process? Probably, yeah. And that's the difference to me. Is it possible that it read old articles that pulled in your updated title on the site? Probably not. At least in part because I'm not listed as an editor there. I sign a bunch of stuff as an editor because at various points in history I was an editor. But through no logical reason, my title at that site kept getting changed back and forth between contributor, editor. I think it got moved to freelancer for a hot minute. It's been changed several times. But at least for the last few years, I have not been listed as an editor on the site. I put in my Twitter profile that I'm an editor because I did all the functions of an editor. And I put in other various places editor for that reason. But yeah, I don't think the site currently shows me as an editor. ChatGPT doesn't know about the AP Valnet situation. I'm sure it doesn't. Lucky it. Yeah. So yeah. Anyway, ChatGPT is just making crap up though. And that's kind of the thing. It is just making up garbage. It's feeding in what it can, which is clever. It's definitely an inventive thing, but at the end of the day, if I Google my name, it's going to come up with Muckrack. For those who don't know, Muckrack is a site that is basically for quote-unquote journalists. Anyone who is a journalist, tech writer, or not tech, but anyone who's a blogger, anyone who's in this basic industry probably has a profile on Muckrack. Let's see. Fairly good odds. No, I didn't get it from there. Let's see. Any chance? Forgot to share the screen. Okay, nothing about start date there. Oh, it could have... Duh. Easy one. It could have looked at my LinkedIn. Where, shockingly, under experience, February 2013. So if it has any concept of how to dig through LinkedIn, that right there would get it there. Though, again, it's not like it wouldn't have all this other information that it can source from. It would have seen software engineer in this list. Let's see. Austin sharing, despite long hours and demanding work, Cody loved a job at Android Police. Nice. Let's see. Oh, what are the odds? Oh yeah, Crunchbase, which of course, there's no chance that this would not have scoured Crunchbase, because Crunchbase is so important to half of these rubes that run these projects. Right there, yeah. Crunchbase lists Cody is editor at Android Police. Android Police, editor, February 2013. I mean, I don't know that Crunchbase is the source that it pulled for this, but there it goes. Oh, hey. This will actually tell us. Maybe. How about that? I want to see what city it thinks I'm in. Okay, most of this stuff's just whatever. Yeah, it's not going to tell me that. Poopy. I doxed myself. Dare I ask which part? I have a feeling I probably shouldn't. I kept thinking, should I not be bringing up the LinkedIn profile? Because I have a feeling that's probably what I should have hidden. If so, I don't see anything there that shouldn't be visible. You're gonna figure out my last name any day now. Nice. Yeah, it seems like it's trying to avoid giving any specifics, though it'll accidentally give specifics. But that's part of this. Like, this is a dumb chatbot. It's good at making stuff up, but it's not actually, it's not actually giving real stuff. But yeah, to me, it's also funny because Crunchbase has the wrong city for me. It wrote me a song. Ooh. Write a song. Oh my god. I'm not reading this out. I'm not reading, I'm not gonna sing this, but wow. This is quite the this is a hell of a song. Oh crap. Revise the personal life section to include more detailed information. Toons resides in the United States. In his free time, he enjoys hiking, okay, playing video games, sure, and reading science fiction novels. Not so much. I mean, don't get me wrong, I've read a few, but that's a stretch. He is married and has 2 children. Nope. No on all of those accounts. Also an avid fan of the band Radiohead. I'm not kidding when I say, very sincerely, I can't name a single Radiohead song. It is a band that I know I have heard hundreds, thousands of times, but Radiohead is one of those bands that just, my mind has never actually paid attention to them. So that is hilarious. And I have apparently seen in concert several times. Nope. Nope. Not even in the ballpark of close. In point of fact, have I even seen any performer more than once? I'm not sure. I've seen... Who have I... Not that anyone cares. Who have I seen? I have seen... and by the way, not all of these are things that I in any way intended to see or anything like that. So before judging, just getting that out of the way. As a little kid, just for example, as a little kid, I was I was taken to a country music fair where I saw Brooks and Dunn, and I think Billy Ray Cyrus might have been there. I was real young for this. I've seen, I was at a party I was at a launch party for, I think, like vodka or something, and nobody knew this was going to happen, but CeeLo Green took the stage, which was actually kind of badass. Let's see, I've seen Three Doors Down. I've seen Black Eyed Peas once. I've seen, was it Backstreet Boys? I won some tickets for Backstreet Boys once. The Black Eyed Peas, I got free tickets for that. Upon thought, have I ever actually paid to go see a concert? I don't think I have. Yeah, I don't think I've ever actually paid to go see a concert. I've been to various things, especially just living in Vegas. Like, at times you're going to get free tickets. But yeah, I don't think I've ever actually paid to go see anybody live. Well, this really doesn't count, but I saw Amy Lee sing in a tiny little space once. It was a private party. That was super cool. Let's see. Austin, you're gonna find someone on fire to sing with. Oh, Jesus. What worries me is some part of me thinks you might. I'm almost scared. Okay, let's see. So apparently, according to this, I'd seen Radiohead in concert several times. Totally wrong. In addition to his personal interests, Toombs also stays up to date with the latest developments in technology. Okay, we're at least back in reality. And is known among his friends and colleagues as a tech geek. Okay. Man, I love how it got specific with Radiohead for... Okay. What are we... Alright, let's see if we can't figure this one out. Okay, it should... I'm not going to put Cody and Toombs together in this quote. But it needs to include all three. Let's see. Oh, well, wait. NashvilleScene.com. Radiohead. Toombs. And Cody. Alright, so here's at least a page that includes all three of the keywords. Maybe it's something like that. There are enough results I can kind of see where they might have gotten to this. But that is a wild stretch. Hoopy, we know you're LinkedIn now. It's not hard to find. Let's see. Even better, use VO codes. Nice. Fiverr's expensive now. Is it? I've never used it, but once they started advertising on YouTube, yeah, that makes sense. Um, but yeah, this thing, it's so good at creating garbage. Um, hmm. Yeah, I don't know. I'm trying to think of other goofy things I can search, but I'm dreading what it would come up with. But yeah, this is not ever going to take over search. Not in this kind of form. It functions like a chatbot. It's designed to just keep people talking to it. Except this one's transparent about the fact it's a chatbot because, that's its function, to show off what it can do. But will this someday be used for other purposes? Hell yeah. But is it going to make a difference in search? It's a stretch. I think Google will replace it in some way, shape, or form. I mean, they already did that whole thing of like the mountain climbing demo where like if you were gonna go climb some mountain, they would figure out or ask or try to get information about where you're gonna climb, so it can then give advice that you didn't even ask for, like that kind of stuff. That's what Google's aiming for, and they're already on the road to doing that. I don't think ChatGPT is anywhere in that ballpark. Nor should they be. I mean, we are talking about like some Google's got plenty more people working this project, and I'm sure they are doing way better work. I can't imagine ChatGPT is more than a few people probably toying around with it and feeding just a mountain of URLs to it to see what it can come up with. Let's see. What else is there? Oh yeah, I opened up those articles from way earlier. Apple announces physical security key support for Apple ID 2-factor new iMessage verification technology. I don't think there's anything I can come up with to say about this. I mean, good for them, but yeah, I don't know. 2FA is just, or MFA really, it just should be in pretty much everything. Apple debuts advanced data protection to bring end-to-end encryption to messages in iCloud, photos, device backups, and more. That'll be popular. Again, I don't have a lot to say on this. Or at least I can't think of much. Everyone's always asking for end-to-end encryption. If they're offering it, then that'll make some people happy. I don't think it's really going to appease people who very rightfully question, like, what happens at the other end. Is any of that data then going to be harvested back and used elsewhere? Apple has in the past made a lot of claims about privacy and security for their users that turned out to be total BS. I wouldn't exactly write off the possibility that they're adding the security here and then somehow violating it elsewhere. Let's see. Yeah, it's interesting now they offer it. Yeah, I don't know. I don't want to be too cynical about it because it's good that they're adding end-to-end encryption. I just don't think it's gonna be I don't think that this is the end of the story. Or rather, I don't expect it to be end of the story. There's very likely are going to be other caveats to this, or some way they can either break the encryption on their own, Or again, maybe like once it reaches the end device, at that point it's decrypted, and then Apple can just harvest it again and do whatever they want with it. Or they might harvest it even at the sender side. Who knows? And I'm not saying that they're going to do that. I'm just pointing out that they theoretically could. Seeing as we're at 6:30, I'm going to rapid fire, just slightly rapid fire the topics that were suggested before the stream started. If I can find them again. iCloud photo sharing destroyed stories. Okay. All right, so Apple chips and car. Yeah, I saw something about... I didn't read any of the stories about this. I just basically read headlines and a couple of snippets. Basically, Apple is likely to delay their car announcement until I think 2024, if I saw it right, or 2025, something like that. And I saw The Verge kind of made fun of it, basically saying Apple doesn't know what kind of car it wants to build. I have a feeling that this week is, for somebody who has been watching this story long enough, I think they could probably actually make a really good analysis out of this. Because while we're not getting a lot of details, I think the fact that they're pushing it back in any way, shape, or form, that is giving us context clues that could probably tell us a lot about what they're actually either thinking about building or choosing not to build. But that being said, I have a feeling that Apple is probably just in that position where they haven't been working on this long enough to have something ready as a product. And I think they just aren't going to launch a product until they're ready. I mean, they might show off something someday, just as like an early preview. But they're not going to do that until they actually have a thing that is like, at least within the next 2 years will be a product. That's how Apple is. They don't show stuff super early unless they know that they have a product that they're going to be able to ship in the relatively near future. And I think 2 years out is like, cars are one of those things you kind of can get away with showing off really early. And 2 years would be really early for any other product, but for a car, or for Apple, it would be... I'm saying this poorly, but you know what I mean. 2 years is the earliest I could see Apple showing something off before actually shipping a product. And even then, it probably wouldn't even be that. I could see them waiting until they're like a year out. That feels more likely. And that's only so that they can basically tell people, hey, start saving. Start saving because our car is not going to be cheap. Let's see. The U.S. Army trying to do a partnership with Call of Duty. Like I said, I am not going to say anything bad about this because I do not want to get swatted. Android OEM signature leak. Yes, that's right. I forgot to bring this up. Oh god, there's so many details in this. I don't want to go down that road. I will say this is really bad. Like, legitimately, it is very bad. There are ways they can mitigate a lot of the danger. It's not going to go super perfectly. And it's really bad in particular because a lot of older devices will never get the updates that would help mitigate this. So if you're running a currently supported device, you're going to be okay as long as you're not stupid. And And as long as there's no opportunities for anyone to kind of take advantage. However, if you are using anything older, you pretty much will always have to be careful. That device is effectively compromised. Period. End of the discussion. Anything from LG, it's compromised. Period. Yeah, that's the way it is. Let's see. OnePlus 4 years of updates. Oh, you know what? I swear I talked about that last week. Even if I didn't, I don't think there's a lot more to say. But I remember the topic being Google has a lot to answer for. And... oh, no, I remember now. Yeah, I had a topic that wasn't really this, but it was kind of partially inspired by this. And I wanted to actually get Corbin in on that. And funny enough, we didn't get around to it last week. And then this week, he's not here. So, yeah, that's not going to happen. But yeah, I don't really have much to say about OnePlus in particular. I mean, good for them. It's going to make for great PR. But is it actually going to be that significant? I mean, it'll matter to some for sure. And it's good that they're doing it. It's great that they're doing it. Like, we've harped on companies for a long time on this channel for the fact that everyone should be supporting devices for longer. Does this mean that we need to get, does this mean that it has any impact on Google? No. Does this mean that OnePlus suddenly just overtook Google in any sort of way that customers care about? Sadly, no. And will this prompt Google? Will this force Google to start doing anything? Nope. Google will support 4 or 5 or 3 years, however long they're going to support. They're not looking to OnePlus for cues. Just being honest here, they're not looking to OnePlus for cues. If anything, they might look to Samsung, but they haven't yet. They should look to Apple, but they're not doing that yet. So we'll see. I'm still of the opinion that we don't know yet if Tensor is going to actually be supported just for the minimum term that they promised, or if we're going to get near that end of lifetime and all of a sudden Google announces, oh, you know what, we're going to give Tensor another year. And then progressively, maybe they'll expand it out to who knows how long. But we're not going to know that until we're there, I think. I just don't believe that Google is going to pre-announce the full lifetime of Tensor. Let's see. Where's my mouse? There we are. SMS turns 30. I only have one thing to say about this. And it is a weird little tidbit of trivia. There was a time in the early days of SMS when the text message length was 320 characters. It's true. It's because they didn't used to support what was effectively Unicode. So as a result, they basically could support double the length of messages. So they were 320 characters. Or so they could support 320 characters because it was actually just 1 byte per character. That changed when they added Unicode support. And since everyone needed to be in agreement on this, they decided that instead of changing the protocol, like truly changing the protocol, they would just limit it to 160 characters which ended up screwing it basically ended up screwing anyone using a Latin alphabet. But yeah, so other than that, yeah, SMS turned 30. Ooh. All things eventually get older. So how do you think it's possible Google does or do you think it's possible Google does Tensor somewhere else but keep its name and stuff? Not quite sure what you mean by that, but Tensor, I mean, Tensor is, yeah, it's going to be used in a lot of different places. This is the kind of work you don't do if you're not going to leverage it in multiple things. I'm sure eventually when they launch new AR glasses, eventually, because of course Google will do that, Tensor will be in that. I wouldn't be surprised if we see Tensor, obviously, like the components of Tensor, some of the little subprocessors are in use in the Pixel Watch. Like, there's going to be a lot of situations where they're going to part out at least the technology from Tensor and probably do a lot more with it. Gotta hop out of here to go to the Book City. Been fun. Say hi to the kids. All right, Hoopy, take it easy, man. We'll see you next time. Yeah, okay, sorry, and I was just about to answer your bit about earlier. I wonder if this means that languages like Japanese have fewer complaints with SMS, putting aside that SMS is a distinctly American issue today. Yeah, Japan was actually one of the earliest countries to leave behind SMS too. Which was kind of doubly funny because that basically meant so it's not like we changed SMS only for Japan. All the Asian countries, pretty much every country that just doesn't use the Latin alphabet, of which lots of them don't. Yeah, they all, SMS was changed to support them, and it kind of didn't last with them, which is a little ironic that the country that stuck with it is the one that lost the most by fixing SMS for those other countries. But anyway, yeah, so it's kind of a weird coincidence. I hadn't really thought about it that way. Let's see. Sunbird. What was Sunbird? I know what it is. My brain is just absolutely not connecting to the Sunbird news. Sunbird messaging? Oh, yeah. Okay, that. Alright, I don't have a lot more to say on this. We kind of hit this pretty heavily in chat earlier. Is it a scam? I don't agree to calling it a scam. Not yet. I think it very easily could be. So, for those that don't know, Sunbird is the one of two services that's popping up that claims to do iMessage on Android. So, the problem with it is, for those that don't know, you can kind of accomplish this using other sort of DIY hacks. All you need to do is own a Mac and set up iMessage on the Mac, and then use something like Blue Bubbles, or there was another one. Weirdly, the other one is the one that I could always remember, and then this time I'm remembering Blue Bubbles. So whatever the other one is, just know that there's another one. So you could already do this in a hacky, roundabout way. And there was also a way using a jailbroken iPhone to do this. Basically, you're just setting these up. They receive the iMessage messages, and then resend them onto your Android, or resend them over another path to your Android device, where they've got an app designed to receive that. Okay, so the problem with this is it's unclear if Sunbird is doing this the semi-legitimate way by owning Macs and or jailbroken iPhones maybe, and doing a resending service. They're basically just a host. And if you're paying for them to host the stuff for you, okay, that's a legitimate business, or semi-legitimate. It's still breaking the terms of service of Apple somewhat, but it's a legitimate enough business if that's what they're doing. There's some theory that they might be hacking. If that's the case, it's completely illegitimate, and yeah. In either of these cases, regardless of what they're actually doing, this is definitely breaking some rules. And Apple could at any time decide to drop the hammer on it. And when they do, who knows what happens to your messages? Who knows what happens to your access? They might even ban people. Who knows? But point remains, this is something that Apple at any time could just say, nope, not anymore. You're done. They're also claiming end-to-end encryption. Yes, they are. However, if you go looking, let's see. I don't know where it's at, but facts. I don't know. Okay, I don't think it's in here, but it could be. How safe is the data? Sunbird does not store any user data, promoting a safe, secure, and private messaging environment with no with intent encrypted confidential messaging. Sunbird is fully secure and completely private. Okay, if I don't know necessarily for sure that it was Sunbird, but it was one. Maybe it was the other service. One of them, they very specifically claim that they're end-to-end encrypted. However, if you look at a different part of their page, they genuinely acknowledge that they're logging data, including message content. So they're end-to-end encrypted, but not. I'm sure what they really are saying is that they're end-to-end encrypted from them to you, which is obviously shady language. And seeing as this is not end-to-end encrypted no matter what, like by definition, this is not end-to-end encrypted. Because the person sending it is sending it to Sunbird. Sunbird on their side is decrypting it, because that's how it works, and then they are passing it on through their network to you. By definition, this is not end-to-end encryption. So, yeah, they're already lying. So yeah, my hunch with this is, I'm not saying that they're necessarily doing anything that bad, but I would be concerned, one, that they are reading every message or logging it and, you know, doing some sort of data collection or data mining. Are they selling it? I doubt it, but maybe. You know, that's the problem. There are too many what ifs here. Even if we take them fully at their word, there are still problems with everything that they've said. I wouldn't trust them. I know there are people who really, really, really want iMessage on Android. And what kills me, too, is this isn't it anyway. It's not like this is going to give you the iMessage experience. It's just going to pass some messages and make you less of a group message pariah. Woo? I'm sorry, but this is not... This is an iMessage on Android. It just isn't. This is a screwed up, like, half measure that just doesn't get the job done. So, yeah, people gotta stop buying into this crap. And I say that, but the reality is, like, I also don't blame anyone. Most people are gonna look at this and say, oh, hey, this sounds awesome. They're doing the thing that I didn't want to do in order to run Blue Bubbles, or the other one that somehow I still can't think of the name of. If they're gonna do the hosting and they're gonna get the technology stack figured out and they're gonna do all the hard work, then yeah, this sounds like a really good thing. And for some people, it's worth it. And I get that. It's hard to blame them. But this, I would not trust this company. I would not trust them with your messaging. That just doesn't make sense to me. All right. Let's see. Was there something else that I miss? Join the waitlist as a green bubble. Yeah, that seems like a bit of a dog whistle moment, but it's more funny than anything. Carson posted, knew the BBC has obtained pictures of inside Twitter rooms. Oh, that. Oh, God. Okay. Last topic. Last topic. I'm gonna kill my throat with this. Grabbing water. Okay. Suicide Net's coming soon. Exactly. Diablo, what? Yeah. Okay, so... the Twitter offices. Elon Musk has had some of the offices converted so that they now have bedrooms. Now, calling them bedrooms, by all accounts, is a bit of a stretch. These are not so much like proper bedrooms as more sort of generic hotel room stay-in kind of locations. But, you know, obviously... you can look at it. This is not a bedroom. It is a sleeping arrangement. Like, this is the sort of setup firefighters would have. Where, you know, look at this. This is a big ass futon. You can sleep on it, but it is not a bed. And yes, this is actually a proper bed in this one, but look at the chairs. Like, these are chairs that got yanked from somewhere else. Look at the TVs up on the wall. This is basically a conference room that someone stuck a bed in. This is there are more pictures in the thread. Yeah, nice. Oh god, what does this say? Oh, something about hotel slippers. I can't make out most of that. Let's see. Sofas set up as beds. Clearly lots of staff have been sleeping in Twitter. Yeah. Washing machine units. That makes sense. But yeah. So Twitter has become a straight up prison camp. It is trapping people inside. This is the world that's been created. Good for us. This disaster in training is basically exactly what I think everyone knew was, or everyone should have seen coming. So yeah, Twitter has become the new human rights violation. And you might be thinking, but wait, it can't be human rights violations if all these people are free to quit. Well, how many of them aren't free to quit? Because they're here on visas. They're immigrants who cannot actually quit without being sent back to their country or finding very quickly a replacement job. By the way, if anyone hasn't been noticing, the job market's not particularly great right now. Not good enough for actually quitting. So if any of those people who are here on visas, they're not going to take the risk. They're not going to leave the thing that's keeping them here, which effectively is turning them into slaves. And their treatment being basically pressured, or if not actually forced to stay on campus, or, well, in the building, is effectively, this is actual human rights violations. Next, he's going to pay them in Elon bucks. Oh, God. That's a good pull. I could kind of see that coming. Except I feel like they'd be called Tesla bucks. Oh, no. They'd be called Muskies. Muskies for the Twitter workers. No home and social life. Yep, that's exactly it. Awesome. I get this for some companies. One of my labs has a hotel on campus because of the insane amount of government contracts, but this is crazy for a social media company. Yeah. And look, I actually don't have a problem with having something like this. I genuinely think that this would be perfectly fine in a normal scenario. It's sort of like it doesn't get talked about too much, but like people, so Google, I don't know if they still have this, but they used to have sleeping stations. They were basically sort of private little boxes that you could go into that had like they were basically soundproof spaces you could go into, you could take a nap, and that was it. Like, it was just a place where you could go take a nap. It was a good way to sort of refresh, recover, recoup, things like that. If you are really working hard, if you're doing a sprint, if you're I don't know, given the offices in California, like if you had a 3-hour commute from your house that should have been like a 15-minute drive away, like these are the kinds of things. It happens. Like, some people might actually just need to get some sleep because they couldn't on their way to work. Like, that is a practical thing. And some companies are good for putting this stuff in. Twitter is just taking office space that used to be occupied by actual personnel and saying, you know what? We're just gonna force people to stay all the time here. And yeah, this is exactly the situation that's been created. And I know that's kind of the double. It feels like a double standard. It's saying it's fine when one company does it, it's not fine when another company does it. But we know that what's happening at Twitter is not fine. there's enough people who've come right out and said that this is a problem. The stories are not getting any better. They're getting worse. This is a pretty large red flag. And look, I don't think they had a choice in this. Eventually they were going to get to this stage. Even if it's with all good intentions, they were eventually going to put beds in there. I don't even think that's necessarily the problem. But it is so significantly, it's a signal. This is another part of a story that is putting together exactly what at least one person thinks he can do with the people that work at this company. What does Elon put under my pillow if I lose a tooth on the clock? A blue check mark. But only for 1 month. I feel like we all know it'll be a Dogecoin. Yeah, that. Why not Kanye coin? I mean, look, Elon has taken everything else from Kanye, supposedly. They're out to get him. God. The jokes there could be endless. By the way, is anyone else surprised that there hasn't been a Trump coin yet? Just saying. So, yeah, I don't, again, there's nothing wrong with Twitter doing this, but it tells such a bad story. I would love to see the future of where this is going to go, because somehow I don't see this going well. And I see this not going well in a very big, bad way. Also, can we just agree? Elon Musk is on track to be the first CEO in at least the last few decades to be tried for human rights violations. I'm just saying. He's on track for it. Is he there yet? No. Could he be soon? Yeah. And to think, like, the last people who were likely tried for human rights violations were probably, like, the owners of mines and factories. We might have a tech giant. You know, tech, whatever. Giant might be a stretch. But we might have a tech CEO who's the next to get himself under heavy investigation. Ah, boy. The world we live in. Who saw any of this stuff coming just a few years ago? If anyone says they did, you're lying. I don't know why. I suddenly just decided I need to try to balance a USB-A to USB-C dongle on my desk, and then I'm trying to balance one of my bowding balls on top of that. And to be clear, I'm balancing the USB-C plug down. So this is... Oh god. That literally only took me a minute. That was easy. Easier than it should have been. Huh. Favorite part of Elon's free speech crusade is his reluctance to say anything about China. Oh, man. Honestly, the part I'm enjoying the most is how much his notion of free speech is very one-sided. we really are to the stage of when he wants to support certain speech, it's a free speech situation. When he doesn't like something being said, it is a violation of the terms of Twitter, or he'll just straight up not even give a reason. He just bans something or shuts something off. Like, he's not even trying to hide the obvious one-sidedness of it. So, yep, we're in the ridiculous. We're in the ridiculous. And why I get so nervous when I see trending topics sometimes. Why is Naughty Dog trending? Somebody finally realized that the aquarium in The Last of Us is a real place. Nice. Oh, looks like okay. Looks like people are just memeing on Naughty Dog. No big deal. Good. I was worried for a minute, because holy crap, we just don't need something bad happening right now. Okay. Cool. He's probably one of the most compromised Fortune 500 CEOs. Oh yeah, for sure. Well, I don't know. That one's actually asking a lot. How you define compromised, it could be a hard one to decide. Compromise could mean like connections with foreign countries and obligations and debts and things like that, in which case, yeah, he actually would be pretty high up there. But I bet there's worse. Maybe not many, though. And he is very dependent on the money he gets from subsidies, so... And I'm sure that goes beyond just the US. I wouldn't be surprised if he's getting... Likely also raises some issues. Why did I just hear... I just heard the sound of a message or something through my headphones, but I don't know where that came from. I wonder if that was a music track. It'd be a lot easier if that was a music track. I'm just gonna assume it's the music track. I don't care anymore. I'm not interested enough to actually go looking through stuff to figure out what it could have been. But yeah, anyway, with that, I think I need to let's see. He's basically in bed with China, the US, Saudi Arabia, United Arab Emirates. That balancing act has to be insane. It's more than that too, because he's had to push a lot of stuff in so many different countries. Like a lot of tech CEOs, half of his job is being a salesperson, and he's peddling his products. Like, that's what he's doing. So yeah, I don't know. I think we're gonna pretty soon start seeing a lot of investigations into Musk, and at that stage, that's going to look real bad for him. But who knows? It's so hard to predict that stuff. And he's not above bribery. We know that much. But yeah, I don't know. Anyway, voices. I can feel my voice going. I can feel my brain kind of going. I've been babbling for how long? 4 hours. Yeah, I think that's solid. 4 hours is a good solid one. Anyway, thank you to those who have supported this show. I appreciate you greatly. For those that would like to support the show, there are links down below to Patreon, Streamlabs, and Cash App. Feel free to hit those up if you are feeling inspired to invest and have not yet joined Public. You could also consider joining there. If you join with the referral link I have down below, you get, I believe, $3 worth of stock, which, ooh, I know. But hey, you know, it's something. And with that, thank you all for coming by, hanging out, being part of the conversation, watching the show. I hope you enjoyed it. I will be back this weekend for some game streaming, pretty much as usual. I also think I'm going to try really, really hard. I don't know for sure that it's going to happen, but I'm going to try really hard to fit in a photo edit stream specifically for the purpose of doing like a, hey, like, here's Affinity Photo, and I'm going to try to learn workflow. This will be very much a me stumbling about trying to figure out how to do certain things that I want to do. Not a come watch an expert. And also, very notably, the photos I have to work with are really bad. Yeah. There's just no way to get good photos of this thing. So, yeah, this is gonna be, if I do this, it's not gonna be pretty. But yeah, so it is a possibility. We'll see. With that, yeah, come join this weekend if you feel so inclined. Otherwise, I hope you have an excellent rest of your week. I will be back, or should be back, for another RambleCast next week, or gaming this weekend, maybe other things. Who knows? We'll see. All kinds of things are unpredictable and could happen, or might happen, or should happen and won't. You never know. But again, I hope you all enjoy. Go hug a family member, or a friend, or I don't know, a big stone column. That actually, don't do that. That's gonna look really weird, and you don't know what people have done to stone columns. Like, honestly, shine a black light on them. I bet it looks really bad. You know what? Just don't even consider hugging the column. While you're at it, shine a black light on your friends and family, because that could probably reveal some pretty disgusting stuff too. Don't hug them either. Virtual hugs only. You know, wish them a good day. Yeah, that really actually seems like the best. But most importantly, just tell them the kind words that Cody suggested you say, which is good night, everybody.